spice up your life.
Detectives investigating the brutal murder of Father John Maina from Igwamiti Parish in Nyahururu now allege that his assailants might have been targeting a donation reportedly made by the former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. According to the new revelations by the DCI, the priest had been trailed by individuals demanding a share of the money he allegedly received from Gachagua, who together with other politicians attended a church event on April 27th that Father Maina presided over. Police also say the priest had earlier confided that his life was in danger, but no formal complaint had been filed. Preliminary reports also show that contrary to reports surrounding the death of Father Maina, he died shortly after claiming he had been abducted in Nyahururu. Reportedly kidnapped activist Boniface Mwangi and Ugandan journalist Agatha Atuhaire have been released from police custody in Tanzania following their arrest during a raid on foreign activists. The two are among the foreign nationals who travelled to Tanzania to monitor the case against the country's opposition leader Tundu Lissu. On X, the president of the Tanganyika Bar Association, Boniface Mwabukusi, said the activists had been repatriated to their home countries under the supervision of Tanzania Immigration Services officers. Human rights activists on Tuesday protested outside the Tanzanian embassy in Mombasa to demand the release of activist Boniface and Ugandan journalist Agatha. Led by Haki Africa in Muhuri, the activists have called on the national government to intervene to ensure the release of the two, failing which Kenya's ambassador to Tanzania, Isaac Njenga, must be returned to the country or resign. The activists have strongly condemned the statement by government spokesperson Isaac Mwaura, which indicated support for the arrest of the activists who were temporarily detained and then forcibly returned to the country.
Tunataka Boniface Mwangi na Agatha waachiliwe without condition. Hataki condition, manake hawajakosa kitu yote. Hii yote ni udhalimu wa hali ya juu. Tanzania inajulikana kwa sifa nzuri enzi zile, kukiwa na apartheid, kukiwa na issue South Africa. Wajulikana sana kukaribisha watu na vitu kama hizo. Lakini leo udikteta umeingia, Mama Suluhu amejisahau, azingatie haki za kibinadamu, na sisi kama watetezi wa haki za kibinadamu, ikivunjwa right yoyote popote pale, iwe ni Vietnam, iwe ni India, iwe ni wapi, sisi ni sawa na kuvunja haki hapa Kenya. Tunasema tutaenda Tanzania kufata wenzetu, tutaenda kuangalia kesi ya yule Tunduliza na tutafatizia vilivyo.
The Wiper Party leadership has allowed its members to attend President William Ruto's meeting with Ukambani leaders to be held at State House in Nairobi this morning. Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka has said that despite President Ruto's discrimination against Ukambani, there is a need for the leaders to attend the meeting between the president and other individuals.
Mina shanga kwamba nataka kukutana na nyenye magavana na viongozi wengine. Ni sawa, ni rais. Kutaneni na yeye. But don't compromise the trust the people of this region have given to you.
This comes as some county leaders led by Kitui Senator Enoch Kioi said they would not attend the State House meeting, ignoring Ruto's invitation, which was sent to all leaders through UDA Secretary General Vincent Kawaya via social media, saying the move is an insult to Wiper Party leaders. This meeting comes days after President William Ruto postponed two previous meetings with leaders in the area, intending to discuss a 3-day development tour early next month. The High Court in Nairobi has dismissed an application by nominated Senator Gloria Oroba challenging her expulsion from the United Democratic Alliance Party. Justice Lawrence Mugambi ruled that the application was incompetent, citing procedural irregularities. In his decision, Justice Mugambi noted that Oroba had introduced new parties to the case who were not part of the original petition and had done so without first seeking the court's permission to amend her petition, a requirement under procedural law. Oroba had moved to court under a certificate of urgency seeking redress over her ouster from the ruling party. However, her bid was clipped on the procedural front before the substance of the case could be considered. That's the news wire. Amlea Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Mambo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic. Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you. It is 9 minutes after 6 o'clock. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Where? Let me tell you. Today, you see me as I am like this. I am like this. Me. How are you? I'm hoping that the morning is going on well. It's 9 minutes after 6. We're already on the 21st of May, 2020. Did I say 2027? Who wants the election to come? No. 2025. Getting into things this morning. Ndu with you today. Soon to be joined by our co-host for this morning, who is Fanya, Mambo, Kinuthia. He'll join us in a little bit. But it's interesting. I know you guys have seen a number of heads in the room and out, but don't worry, we will take it all in stride, because what are we going to do? We're going to address and tackle the issues. So let's do that this morning. And hoping you're getting into the room as we have these conversations on the Situation Room. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, and getting into some conversations that we will have today, and we're going to do that with you. Sawa sawa. Yeah, so yes, CT's still away. He will be back in a couple of days. Dennis also will be back next week. So guys, remember that the issues is what we keep front and center, and we do that every day. And glad that you can always join us in the room today. I got myself a piece of chocolate, so energy up, right? As you get into the room this morning, don't forget to tell us where you're tuning in from and who you are and some of the things that we want to discuss as we do that today. Let me tell you some of the conversations that we will have getting into this morning. It is so cold in here. My goodness, what's going on? It's winter. And I know it's raining and stuff outside, but yeah, it's actually very cold. But okay, we keep it moving. Sindio. All right. So as per conversations that we will have this morning, if my gadget can just behave, Here we go. At 7 a.m., we will have a conversation with the governance and policy expert. His name is Joshua Odhiambo Nyamori. We're going to be looking into disillusioned opposition in Kenya's politics. We've talked about this for the longest time. What exactly does the opposition mean? What does it mean when we talk about an opposition? Do we feel that it's just somebody who will keep government in check? Do we feel that there's oversight? Do we feel like it's shadowing? Or do we feel like it's just, to make a little bit of noise when the admin of the day is not getting things right? What is the opposition, and do we have a disillusioned one when it comes to Kenya? Nyamori will be with us at 7 o'clock. The senator for Kisii County is one Richard Onyonka. He's been very vocal in the last few months, going into actually years, about upholding the rule of law. When we look at things like corruption, when we look at things like poor behavior, what does it mean? And we're looking into things as to why it's time to end the misuse of power. The headline in today's Standard is an interesting one to go by, and so we'll be looking at that this morning. So he joins us to talk about upholding the rule of law. Finally, at 9 a.m., Danstan Omari is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. And we saw that yesterday, the vetting of IEBC, actually, it was just not the vetting, but that the vetting plus then looking into going by the nominations of the IEBC officials has been stopped by the High Court. What does that mean? That's a question that we're going to be asking this morning. What does it actually mean? Now that we've seen they've been through the rigorous process of selecting these individuals, and that the names then had been provided to the president, and then he went ahead and nominated from the list that he was given. And then a petition went to the court and said, you know what, there's some question marks here, and we cannot allow this to go on in the way in which it has. And High Court says, actually, you know what, there's something to look into here, and we're going to look into it. So that has all been halted from the law, from the perspective of the law. What exactly does that mean? Yeah. So that's what we'll be doing today, and those are the conversations that we will have. So do join us into that. And even as we do, remember that for now, it is just for now that I'm here with you guys. So, number one, you need to keep me company. Number two, you need to keep our discourse and engagement up and atom. And I can see you guys already getting into the room. So I'm going to ask you, see, even politely, I can say, please, join me in the room this morning. Let's have these conversations and let's keep this discourse front and center. Sawa sawa. And as though I was talking to my evil twin, or my even lovely twin, let me share today's proverb with you guys, right? And then you can tell me in your comments what would be your interpretation of that proverb before we then get into things proper. Sawa sawa. All right. So today's proverb still from the country of Mozambique, and one of the few Lusophone countries on the continent. And we get into it today. And remember what I said, you'll tell me what your interpretation is on that, and we'll put that in the comments. Sawa sawa. So well, I can't spell anymore, can I? Okay, so as I'm doing that, you know who has come? Let me tell you who has come. Fanya, Mambo, Kinuthia.
It's a very good morning to you.
It is a very good morning. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
I was wondering what happened to you.
Oh, I am sorry.
Now, let me out you.
For the first time, I'm sorry. For the first time, I'm late.
Let me out you to everybody.
9 minutes late. Yes.
15.
9.
What time is it?
6:09.
It is quarter-past 6.
Quarter-past. Oh my goodness.
You see? How are you this morning?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good to have you here.
Good to be here. I'm happy to be here.
Now you're sitting on the side where we host.
Yes.
It's going to be a fun ride.
Interesting.
Karibu sana. And now, as you everybody was keeping me company, but I've told them now that you're here, now you guys can say hi to Fanya Mambo. I've given you permission to say hello to him. So even as we're saying hi, just put your hello in the comments to him. And we'll be hosting this show this morning together. And like I said, no 2 days are ever the same. We get into different, conversations regularly, and no 2 days are the same. But one of the things that we do remember as we have this show every day is that the issues must be front and center. The issues that we should discuss to be plugged into what is happening where you live, where you're surrounded by, and where you may go into the future. So that happens, and that's why we do what we do in the Situation Room. So now, just as you came in, wait, you know what? What do you want us to call you? You know, I've always wondered that question. Do we call you Fanya Mambo? Do we call you Kinuthia? Do we call you Fanya? Do we call you Mambo?
My name is Fanya Mambo Kinuthia.
Which one do we call
So Fanya Mambo is good.
Fanya Mambo is okay.
That's my name on my ID. I keep telling people.
How people think that?
Ama watumeile one bob ya Gen Z waone. And then I'll have 1 million people sending me a shilling. I don't even want 10 bob.
Just a shilling.
Just a shilling, because SpiceFM is really big, and there are so many millions of listeners out there. So anybody who doubts my name, I'll just give you my number. Unitumile one bob ya Gen Zs. And then it will confirm to you that my name is Fanya Mambo.
Fanya Mambo.
But I'll be smiling all the way to the gas station and fill my tank.
How big is your car?
With one bob. With one bob. Yeah.
I hear you. Okay, so this week our proverbs come out of Mozambique.
Yes.
And I want to hear your interpretation of it. And folks are also going to tell us what the interpretation of it is as well. Okay?
Yeah.
So, if you... I cannot read this handwriting. It is terrible. The leech that doesn't let go, even when it is filled, does... Oh, dry... This handwriting is terrible. Whoever wrote this thing. Oh, here we go. The leech that does not let go, even when it is filled, dies on dry land. The leech that doesn't let go, even when it is filled, dies on dry land.
Wow, interesting. I think it's about knowing when to let go.
Yep.
There are people who do not know when to let go. There are people who hang in there even when they are not supposed to hang in there. And when you continue doing that, then you will find yourself in very unfortunate circumstances.
I can almost see behind your eyes.
Yes.
What you would be saying.
Yes, exactly.
In what direction you would be going as concerns that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it will be interesting. I agree. It will be interesting to see what people have to say about this today as we share it with them. So the leech that doesn't let go, even when it is filled up, often dies on dry land. That's what it is for today. I want to also hear what you guys have to say about that in the comments this morning. So let's look into that. Sawa. All right. So let's say hello to you guys. I can see you all trickling into the room. Keep doing it, guys. So let me say good morning. Sawa Nju and Fanya Mambo in the studio with you this morning, getting into the Situation Room for this Wednesday, hump day, as we get into the rest of the week. Sawa. All right. So a very, very good morning to everybody. Tell us indeed where you're tuned in from this morning, and then we'll give a shout out to you. And we kick it off. Sorry, sometimes the technology just decides it's going to do its own thing, but we forgive you. We do. We forgive you all the same. Okay. Sorry, I'm very sorry. Okay. Here we go, guys. Good morning. Don Salbo says, okay, so the affordable houses rent per month is 3,000 shillings. Nakwaslam, you have been paying 500 only. A miracle in Mukuru, you say. How are you? I'm very fine. Yes, we did see the president. First of all, there was traffic all over the place yesterday. If you were on Mombasa Road, in and outbound, it was madness. And then also into parts of Mukuru, because the president went to open the affordable housing project to this side of the city, the eastern part. Yeah. And so the houses, I think the number was 1,000 and something families now have homes. Yes, under the affordable housing project, and they've moved from the slum.
Yes.
We'll have a conversation about that because, again, I can see the light behind your eyes. Robert Tobago says, good morning from Mombasa. Jackson says, good morning, Spice FM. Wishing you a vibrant and energetic start to the day. Thanks for keeping us entertained, informed, and uplifted every morning. Thank you very much, Jackson. Desmond Ortiz, we see you. Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday to everybody. That anti-venom plant to cost 1.8 billion shillings. Si wanipe hiyo cheddar na wakuje dawa ya kienyeji huku haki. Sawa. Basi. Also, you're saying gote. We'll gote them in spirit. Okay. The Red says, good morning, fam. Lies Mefti here, tuned in from Bungoma. Good morning to you. Tupo area R, good morning. Kisa Daniel is tuned in this morning from Uganda. Good to have you here as well. Wenzel Dashington, good morning. Looking forward to great and insightful conversations. Yes, making sure that we keep all of those front and center for sure. All right. Good morning from Hong Kong. Robinson Hisero says, good morning. Good morning to you, bro. And you're asking the question, as much as we rebuke Gachagwa's comments, why didn't we see the same reaction from the government when Sudi said that they will manufacture votes if Ruto fails the threshold? He actually did say that, didn't he? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he did.
He did. Why didn't we see that? I don't know. Eugene Odhiambo says, good morning, SpiceFM. Listening from Kikuyu. Wishing all listeners a productive day ahead. Amina Angor, beautiful lady, tuned in this morning. And Rahim Tula Omar is tuned in from Colchester. And I says, I bet Western activists would not have been treated badly. Why do we mistreat our own kind? Well, it's interesting, but that's a question to be asked. Alex Gatotso says, good morning, tuned in from South B, looking forward to insightful conversations. Jose Mahinda is also tuned in this morning and says, good morning, Team Spice. Hello, Spice family, tuned in from 10,000 Lakes, that's Michigan. The Tanzanian president was unalived on X. I know, that was the weirdest thing. Somebody hacked into the Tanzanian police system.
You should see TikTok. You should see what's going on there. Just search Samia Suluhu trending TikToks. Then see what's going on there.
I'm going to do that on the break because what? I saw it yesterday and I was like, huh? And I was like, who hacked into the thing? This day and age. Leo, good morning to you, sir. One out of the many people that you said good morning, one can't fail the irony in most of Ruto's speeches. We must educate our children to remove ignorance. Meanwhile, the sector is in a shambles, being defunded. It is true. I mean, I can't even fault you on that, Leo, because it is actually true that we're just having too much when it comes to what is working and what is not working. Okay. From Bonnie Lake, Washington is where Joe Mungai is tuned in this morning and says the mutilation of our constitution must be resisted by all means possible. Yes. Kabade says good morning from Mombasa. Alex says we couldn't hear the traffic due to the traffic news. We shall lower it, Kabisa. We'll keep working on that. Okay. Good day, my people, says Beeper. Ndu, you should try shades of pink one of these coming weeks. Where have you been? That's what I've been doing since Monday. I've been wearing different shades of pink and today is day 3. You've not noticed? Come on, surely. You would have seen. Agola, please, can you tell them that it's true? Today is day 3 of pink. Good morning, team. Tuned in from Keses, says Nemian Movic. James Kamau is tuned in to the situation room, getting you loud and clear in Forney, Texas. And listening from Nanyuki, says Karaja in Jihia. Pan-African Kenyan says, good morning from Nairobi. Good morning to you, sir. I'm just assuming Pan-African Kenyan is a man. Why? Could be a woman. Good morning either way. Tennyson Kea says, good morning, tuned in from the United Kajiado, Sawa. Joseph Okondo is tuned in this morning from Mombasa. Good morning to you. Listening, Bila Breaks from Athi River is Lamek Otieno. Lillian Mongare is tuned in and says, tuned in from Kikambala, Kilifi County. I keep telling you, one of my favorite counties. Laugh Gang says good morning from America. Okay, George Okoh is tuned in this morning. Princess Fanya Mambo. Tanzania has decided to join Uganda and Rwanda in imprisoning opposition leaders. Hongera Mama Suluhu, watching from Miami. Oi? Okay. Eddie Mboya says good morning. Listening in Asante Sana. Looking towards for some great conversations. Listening in from the cold slopes of Kijabe. Agola, good morning, my dear. Good morning, our princess. Dedan Mwangi, good morning to you. And Hesbon Sidon says good morning. Fanya Mambo, God bless Spices. Amen. Matthew Lissandro is tuned in for, and says, Nakuru, we're looking forward to an interesting and exciting show with interesting sessions coming in Indeed, there's going to be quite something. Gigi JJ, love it, says, good morning, looking forward to today's conversation. Thank you so much for being here. Young Jedi says, Ndu hiyo pink, wacha tu. Did you have sugar today? I did not. You guys are supposed to have kept me righteous. By the way, Fanya, I've stopped taking sugar as of last week.
Okay.
So people
you don't take anything sweeter than yourself.
You want to finish me today. That is what you have decided. That today you want to finish me. You guys, one of my love languages is sweet words. Anyway, young Jedi, we see you. Good morning. Fanya Mambo Sema one time. Husband is asking you to say one time.
One time.
Eric Awara says, Ndu gotea Fanya Mambo amegotewa. How do you say amegotewa? Amegoteka.
Yes.
Jeez, man. Frank, I keep telling you this language is going to finish me one day. I don't understand it. Tukorada Kamakawa says, Osiepe. Yamo says, good morning. One must be a seed to receive a polluted stream without becoming impure. I know there's so many of you and I want to get to all of you today. Peter Wanjala says, good morning to and crew. Karibu sana. Pan-African says, Fanya Mambo kwa wase wangu wa mtaa. Fanya Mambo kwa wase tuna hustle now. Where? Okay. Mashari and Jerry is also tuned in this morning. Good morning to you. Brian, we see you, says the greed of selfishness can destroy you if you don't know when to stop taking or demanding. That's our proverb indeed. Carol Nyambura, where have you been, sweetheart? Good to have you here in the morning. We love you too. My take, you says it's too early to start chanting. Chanting what? My take, you just say good morning. Omwange Vincent says good morning. Failing to let go at the right time can lead to downfall. Very true. Chris Maura, Jojo Duori, Karanja, we see you. Andrew Chira, Kayo Keo, good morning to you. Tuflani, may today's proverb come true for us. Simon Kiburu says good morning. Blessed and mightily blessed indeed. Paul, tell me, you've asked the question. You said, do you superhuman? Wallahi. Thank you, Paul. Everything will balance. Don't worry. As you say life no balance. Ego balance. Don't worry. Daniel Miuma says good morning from North Carolina. Bevelin Adiambo says good morning from Kisumu. We thank God for another beautiful day. Yes, we do. And Mugula Chengenye says good morning. It's chilly here in Mbale. And Timothy, as we say the last greeting, know when enough is enough. Wisdom lies not just in pursuing what you need, but also in recognizing the right time to let it go. Indeed. So here we are. Everybody, really, it's such a pleasure. And it puts a smile on my face to have you guys in the room every morning. And even as we start, not forgetting that, you know, our good people on Facebook also tuned in today, and good to have you here. Karibu Sana. Our X streams are also live, and we'll say hello to our participants, our team on KTN as they log in later on. All right. So let's look into the headlines, shall we? I'll look into the headlines and then we'll look into some of those stories in detail as we go along. The headlines today, interesting ones, because I think a thing or two is to be said about them. On the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, Ruto's seal grab. Raw power is what the sub says. A quietly passed law transferring the public seal, a symbol of government authority, from the Attorney General's office to the President's Chief of Staff, may have troubling implications. Legal experts now fear that giving the President unchecked control over such a powerful instrument could enable deals bypassing the Attorney General and other key institutions, undermining the national principle of power sharing among branches of government. Okay, we're going to look into that story in detail because questions are already abounding, and they already abound in terms of, okay, so what does this mean that you've decided to do this? When did this happen? Should it have been made public? Why would you keep something quiet? Why would you keep something like that quiet? But again, like I said, we'll look into the details of that story. 2027 general election at stake, IEBC warns. I'm wondering who on the IEBC is warning this, because you don't have one that's currently constituted with the petition. We'll be having that conversation at 9 o'clock. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has told the Apex Court that failing to carry out the constitutional exercise of withdrawing the electoral boundaries before the next election will render the ballot invalid. Yeah. Now, in order for you to make these boundaries thing happen, you need a fully constituted IEBC in place. Do you? It's one of the questions that we'll pose to Dan Sodomari later. That do we need a fully constituted IEB in place to make sure that the redrawing of electoral boundaries actually takes place? Or can it happen in the way it is currently constituted? Those are the many, many questions that we will be asking. Looking at some more headlines before we go to that quick break to take a look at weather and traffic. Natembeya freed from the cells, barred from office for 60 days. It was such a circus to watch in court yesterday. Prosecution was told, well, we don't have the judge on Dieke, I believe, said to the prosecution, we don't have enough to hold this man. You want to hold him for 14 days for what? We don't have enough in terms of evidence, so let him go. He was released on a bail of 500,000 shillings and then barred from his office for 60 days to allow investigations to take place. Again, another story that we'll look into. Lawyer wins sacking case over lollipop nicknames. Things that you say to people, I'm very, very careful about this body shaming thing, guys. Because now this one has gone to court and she's won. But we'll talk about that later. Ruto silent power grab is one we talked about this on the front page. Failure to create new boundaries will affect 2027 polls, IEBC says, and it becomes more and more and more as we begin to look into things. So, let's take a break. We'll take a look at what's happening in the skies. It is a chilly morning. Take a look at breakfast. We'll take a look at weather and traffic and come back and look at more of these stories in detail. Sawa. It's 29 minutes to 7 o'clock. Okoh and Fanya Mambo Kinuthia with you in the studio today, getting into the Situation Room proper. Don't go way back after this.
Are you ready? Okay. Spice FM. The weather with Spice FM. Spice FM. Traffic. And on radio. Facebook at SpiceFM KE. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
All right, it's 26 minutes to 7 o'clock, and we'll continue with those stories as we look into the headlines. Yes, I know, guys, there seems to be an issue. So Jeff is in the background, and maybe he will look at that music that's leaking in when we actually do those bites. So we've been complaining about that for a couple of days. So just so that we know that we hear it, and we'll look into it. So, Fanya, you want to tell us that, start with that story that you have?
Specific story. I have very many.
Start with the first one that you have from the paper.
From the paper. I think it's about the seal grab. And the best way to explain this, and I have told someone this morning because I had the opportunity to see the Standard Digital very early when I woke up. It's like, say, for example, you want to do an affidavit, you as a Kenyan, and you want to write to NSSF now, telling them that you have a new spouse. And you know, ordinarily when you do an affidavit, you're supposed to go to an advocate who is a commissioner for oaths, and they're supposed to commission for you. And in fact, if you're a commissioner for oaths, you cannot commission your own affidavit. You have to look for somebody else.
Yes.
So what the president has done is to decide, if I want to do such an affidavit, I shouldn't go to an advocate or a commissioner for oaths. So I can take the ile stamp ya wakili and put in my own bedroom so that I can always commission my own documents anyhow I want. The reason the seal has been always at the AG's office, the seal of the nation, is because the AG is the legal advisor of the country.
Yep.
And therefore, before the country gets into any contract, any agreement, any deal, or even signs any law and seals any law, the AG is supposed to look through it and advise on the legal implications of that. But the president has decided, now I can do whatever I want. I get a contract, and then I can stamp it for myself. I go and get people into State House, we sign deals, and we seal it on behalf of the country, and we bind the nation without necessarily having to go through the AG's office. And that's a terrible place to be. I have not seen a sensible democracy that has got this seal not being at the AG's office.
But for it to have been a bill and then having it passed, it went through Parliament.
Yes.
Wouldn't that have had to be, something that we saw? Or was it one of those things that was done on a Tuesday afternoon where not many people were there and then they went ahead and passed
Which parliament are you talking about?
This one over here.
The parliament that was passing finance bill with Gen Zs on the streets.
Yeah.
And guns blazing and water cannons and everything. And the president telling them, pass it, you must pass it, and they pass. And then people die, and then the president calls them criminal, they clap for the president. And then the following morning he says he has withdrawn the finance bill, they clap for the president. That's the parliament you're talking about. The one that impeached Gachagua at midnight and insisted there was a duly constituted IBC. We don't have trust in that parliament. That parliament has got about 80 sensible members of parliament. And all the other, and we know them, and we always see them by their voting patterns. And then we have another horrible, very many, more than 200 horrible ones, and I am not afraid to say they are horrible because they have made horrible decisions for this country, and this is one of them.
This is one of them.
Yeah.
So when we're looking at what it actually means, because we might want to imagine that it's just, what is it? It's like a stamp, right?
Yes.
But no, key decisions about the nation essentially are vested in this seal.
Yes.
And that it's basically power.
Yes.
So if you move it from where it has always been, from time immemorial, it has been domiciled at the office of the Attorney General.
Yes.
But when it is moved to the Chief of Staff, that means that two things happen. You have easy access and you have wanton access. So you don't have to skip through many hoops in order to get things done or approved, and you don't have to wait until a certain time of the day. You can have access to it whenever you want. And we may not see the gravity of such a thing, but to put so much power...
It is grave.
It is.
It is grave.
To put so much power in one person's hands.
It is grave because we've seen dubious visitors to State House. I don't want to mention them, but we've seen dubious ones. People are like, wait, show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are. Now, when those dubious people come to State House, they come for dubious deals. Now, those dubious deals can be typed there. Nambia secretary, type this one. Then, does it suit you? The dubious guy, yes. I put the seal. Now I have the seal in my house, literally. Yeah. And then they seal it right there.
And then you can go.
So there's no other consultation. Nobody is told anything else to do. And then given that the where it's been put now, these are the people who have who are under the direct control of the president, the country is doomed when we allow this to continue happening.
It's very true.
Yes.
Now, let me give you Natembea's story. We saw this coming out of the courts yesterday, that he's been freed from the cells and barred from his office for 60 days. Trans Nzoia Governor George Natembea was yesterday let out of police cells following his dramatic arrest on Monday. Milimani Anti-Corruption Chief Magistrate Charles Ondeki gave the governor a 500,000 shilling cash bail, but barred him from accessing his office for 60 days. He was also restrained from talking about the case in public, among other stringent conditions that include not interfering with prosecution witnesses. Those are some of the things that he was told. Sawa, prosecution, you have no case here when it comes to keeping him remanded, so let him go. But at the same time, Governor Natembeya, you cannot discuss this thing in public. You cannot talk with people that we think would be witnesses. You cannot access your office. So, stay home, do whatever you need to do. Natembeya has been prohibited from leaving the country without the court's permission. After his arrest in his Kileleshwa home in Nairobi in connection with a 3.2 million corruption case, 3.2 million. The governor spent the night in police custody before appearing in court yesterday morning. The magistrate in his ruling noted that the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions failed to provide compelling reasons to deny bail, and he ordered the prosecution to supply all documentary evidence and exhibits to the Defence Counsel before the next month mentioned, which is on the 4th of June. It's interesting because there was that word that we use for you lawyers, a battery of lawyers in court yesterday, from Senior Counsel John Haminwa to...
Even Wajakoya.
Wajakoya was there in court yesterday. Mashari and Jeru was there yesterday, who used to sit on the JSC. And one thing rang true in all of the things, in all of their submissions that they were making yesterday. And they said, you know what? The manner in which this thing was carried out is what we take issue with. Number one, that he did not refuse to answer, and it's interesting because we had a conversation with EACC yesterday that there have been cases where the amounts have been supposed alleged amounts have been much larger, but it's as though they got a smack on the wrist. Now there's no threshold for breaking you can't say that, well, I stole more or I stole less. The law has been broken either way. There's no threshold on saying by saying that, okay, because somebody may have taken more than this number, then we say, okay, maybe they sinned greater. No, all sins at that point are equal when it comes to breaking the law. But the process and manner in which this was done is when they were saying the rule of law in all of these things must be upheld. It's going to be an interesting one because what's exactly happened? And I guess he who alleges
must
proves that this has actually been the case. There was a defiant Natembeya yesterday, and that's a picture of him with his hands above his head, still in handcuffs. I mean, for goodness sake. It did look interesting. And in terms of what's going to happen after that, we do not know.
I think the way he's holding the handcuffs, he wanted to say Tawe, but
now unfortunately he could not Tawe, sadly.
But
yeah.
I think the problem is not even the Natembeya case. It is how conveniently this government has forgotten who actually is corrupt. I remember the Office of the Control of the Budget and the government, when they came up with reports and said,
Auditor General,
the Auditor General, yes. Yeah. When they came up with reports and said there is a governor who is buying a crate of soda at 1 million shillings. Yes.
Okay,
governor.
True.
Yes,
yes, they did.
1 million shillings.
Yeah, they did.
Conveniently, this administration has not seen such governors. Why? They support this administration. That out of 47 governors, they have looked for the most corrupt, and the person they could find was George Natembeya. That is what is making people annoyed about this whole administration. Because in the whole of Rift Valley, there is no governor who is corrupt. In the whole of Central Region where governors support this administration, there is no corrupt governor. In the whole of the Coastal Region where governors support this administration, there is no corrupt governor. But because there's a man who is singing Tawe and saying no to Wetangula and a few others, he's being told that he's corrupt and therefore he's finding himself in court. It is the selective. Yeah. And also important for us to note as a nation is when you look at the people who are arresting Governor Natembeya, are people who are being told, explain to us where 104 billion for share is. Explain to us how e-citizen can lose 15 billion in one night. Explain to us why you'd collect money for affordable housing and then you say you're investing it in government bonds and so on and so forth. So it's, the kettle is calling, the pot is calling the kettle black. And that's what is sad, that those people who are arresting him have huge cases against their own heads.
And, unfortunately, we cannot divorce the political from now this what you're seeing when it comes to rule of law and all of that. Because you have to ask the question, and I said this yesterday, that it's sad, it's unfortunate that when we see such a high-profile arrest of this nature, that the first question that comes to our mind is not what did he do, but what did he say that rubbed somebody the wrong way. You see? And I think it's really sad that we've degenerated to that place whereby we are so far removed what could possibly be the rule of law and its abrogation, but now we think, oh my goodness, he must have ticked somebody off. he must have said something and is gaining ground control that somebody somewhere doesn't like, and that we can think in that manner, then there's a problem. There's a big problem. That it must be that there's some political push and pull that's going on, and that's why we are seeing that. Could be used as an example to everybody to say, look, this is what happens when you don't stand on the right side of rain.
No, it was a lot of, it was like you'd say, it's an expose of foolishness. It's an expose of nonsense. Governor Natembeya is one person who is known. I wish they had given him summons, write to him a letter, tell him you are required to appear at EACC on this day and this time. It would have saved the nation a lot. Now there's been a lot of vandalism on police vehicles, a lot of destruction, a lot of losses and so on and so forth. It wasn't necessary. I mean, they would have very easily been able to have a conversation at EACC with Governor Natembeya without doing what they have done. And for now, he's a hero. I think the idea was to try and taint him so that people can say Natembeya has a corruption case on him. That was the whole idea.
Oh, it's a sad one to see. Okay, give us your next one.
I'm looking at the Catholic priest who hosted Rigi G in a church service somewhere, and then he was found dead 50 kilometers from his workstation. I will not discuss his death, but I will say one thing. It worries people deeply. It worries any other person who might have hosted Rigiji in the past or who is planning to host Rigiji. If I was planning to host Rigiji on a show tomorrow, I would refuse. Not because Rigiji is a bad person, but because it so happens that you might host him and then you die 50 kilometers from your workstation. That is the message it is sending. That is the message that this thing is sending.
Are we making a connection between the two? Because that's the thing. We've automatically made a connection.
He did not die of malaria.
Well, I mean, come on. Yes, he was murdered. That's true. That has already been established.
Whose duty is it to protect life?
But this is the thing, that are we quick to make and prosecute the connection and say, as a result of him hosting former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, as a result of that happening, he has been murdered? Can we actually bring that to a logical conclusion?
No, we're just saying.
Or is it just coincidental that somebody, maybe it could have been a robbery gone bad, it could have been that somebody attacked him because of one thing or the other, but we are already, you see, we've linked it without realizing what we've done by linking it.
No, what we are saying is that be careful, because if you host him, there's a likelihood that this could happen.
Yeah, but you see, we've already linked it and said.
And we are saying there's a likelihood that thieves could kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the government. We are so saying that when you host him, there's a likelihood that you can just die of something that is not natural.
So you could be PNG by force, PNG by nature, PNG by death, as a result of associating.
You should have seen what was happening on the socials. People are saying that Obina is running to JKIA after hosting.
But he did make a statement, interestingly enough. He made a statement and said that it seems as though he's being followed by folks in unmarked vehicles, and that should anything happen to him as a result of the interview that he did with former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, that people should take care of his family. For goodness sake, he did. He said
I think what we shall be doing, you've seen Janjaweed, the way they wear things. So whenever you want to have an interview with him, you just dress like Janjaweed. You just, cover your face and then do it in some rendezvous location. Because this is dangerous. I mean, it is sad that we would do, and it takes about 13 years.
For goodness sake.
To make someone a priest. It's a long
process.
It's a long process.
Yeah.
It takes about 13 years of training for you to become a priest. So it's a very sad place. It's a very sad affair. But we hope the Catholic Church also speaks, because they've not said anything about it.
Yeah, and he's said to have been thrown from a moving vehicle, and then he succumbed to his injuries as a result of that incident.
That was murder.
It's a really sad one. My goodness, where do we live, man? We'll probably move to Mars. Okay, so looking at a number of other stories that are making headlines this morning, I want to tell you about this.
Kioni does not think that Rigiji would make a good president.
But why?
And he does not think that Rigiji would become president.
Why?
Well, that is Jeremiah Kioni's opinion. Jeremiah Kioni of Jubilee. He still believes that Rigiji is a tribal leader and so on and so forth. Those are his words. I may not agree with him. I think what Kenya needs right now is a multiplicity of presidential candidates. We want Matiang'i, we want Gigi, we want Kalonzo Musyoka, we want all of them to offer themselves, but eventually agree on one candidate. Yeah, as long as it's a jointly agreed upon candidate, then it will be good for the nation. So, but Jeremiah Kioni, sometimes, he says things that make him appear like he's speaking for other people other than his own party, Jubilee.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So let me tell you about lollipops.
Yes. Tell me about lollipops.
Okay. A lawyer wins attacking case over lollipop nickname. A city lawyer has successfully challenged her termination from employment over sexual harassment claims, which were based on her alleged references to a former colleague as baby boy, lollipop, and baby boy lollipop. You know those things that you call people innocently in the office? In a judgment delivered by the Nairobi Employment and Labour Relations Court, the court ruled that the sexual harassment allegations, which form the basis of Valerie Angawa's dismissal, were malicious, unfounded, and never occurred, or if they did, the alleged victim, Sam Felix Randa, appeared to welcome them, given his failure to report the matter over 1 year and 5 months. So this is it, that this lawyer is alleged to have called this guy, usually you call baby girl. Apparently, she was calling this young gentleman baby boy, lollipop, baby boy, lollipop, and he didn't like it, or so he said. So then, because of that, he reported sexual harassment to the office because, this lady is demeaning me by the things that she's saying. So they sacked her. And so she went and said, excuse me, this is malicious, first of all. And he's reporting it 1 year and 5 months after it's allegedly happened. And she, at the time of her termination, she was serving as the coordinator of Advocacy, Governance and Community Partnership Program at Kituo cha Sheria. She was terminated on the grounds that she had sexually harassed Randa and that her management style was characteristic of micromanagement, favoritism and lack of collegiality, and that she had breached the chain of command and that she had contributed to bringing the organization into disrepute. So she was aggrieved by this dismissal and she went and sued the office as well as the former director. And according to the documents, the two were represented by a different firm. She sought remedies. One of them, a declaration that the respondent's decision to terminate her contract was unfair, unlawful, and amounted to violation of her constitutional rights to fair labor practices and fair administrative action. So it went on and on and on, and of course, and it was found that her termination was unfair, both in substance and procedure, and in violation of Section 44 and 45 of the Employment Act 2007. The sexual harassment policy specifically prohibited the making of malicious sexual harassment claims. So whereby you can now say, somebody looked at me, sexual harassment, somebody touched my arm, sexual harassment. They're saying also in this bill, it also says you cannot just go ahead claiming that every little thing that happens to you is sexual harassment. In this case, she's won on that point. And although they may not hire her again, she's due to face some compensation.
I think these are two separate things. The first one is an employment contract, and the other one is the issue of sexual harassment. They mix the two.
Yeah.
There is procedure for termination of employment, which may not have been followed. So the judge was right in that. In terms of sexual harassment, I mean, there are parts of my body do, if you touch me and I claim sexual harassment, it will be said, mujinga.
Like
but if I touch the same on your body, it's a big issue. So I think the sexual harassment law has been very unfair for men, even in terms of, there are things I would tell you do and people will be like, that's sexual harassment. But then you tell me the same things, they're like, wodem alimwambia hivi. And it just, we get away with it. But also there's something we call frivolous and vexatious litigation. This is frivolous.
Frivolous and
vexatious. Vexation from the word vex.
To anger.
Yeah, anger. Yeah. It's frivolous. It's small, it's minute, it's not worth your conversation. You're wasting the court's time. How do you go to court to tell the court that someone called you a lollipop? You're wasting the court's time. We have people who have bigger justice issues. Yeah, we have somebody alinyang'anywa 100 acres of land. They are looking for the same attention from the judge. And then you have you who's been called a lollipop. There are people who would even pay to be called lollipop. All the time they are being called by their spouses kijinga kwa nyumba. So they would even pay someone to call them lollipop. They would be excited. I mean, even in traffic, sometimes you drive and you see a person who's been frustrated in their marriage. You lower their window and you just blow a kiss to them and they are happy. So
that's all they needed in that moment.
That's all they needed, and it makes their whole day. So this was frivolous and vexatious litigation that should not have found its way to court. Maybe the only part of it is the employment part, because that means livelihood. That is an issue should have taken to court, but remove the lollipop bit.
I didn't like it because it had happened for so long. TSC has until the end of May to do employment and postings for the thousands of teachers who left the profession due to things like natural attrition and retirement, etc., etc. So they had between February and May to replace and post all of those teachers, right, to different parts of the country. They also have been given 3 more days to submit a report on disputed promotions. How did this happen, you wonder? Well, the Teacher Service Commission had to explain the circumstances under which not 3, not 4, not 7, but 5,291 teachers who had not served for at least 3 years in their grades were promoted. You understand?
Yes.
You're in grade K.
Yeah.
You had not been there for 3 years yet, which you need to have at least been there for 3 years. Then we think about promoting you. But we promote you anyway. And so now that happened for almost 5,300 teachers across the country. So now they're saying, excuse me, you need to explain to us how this happened when you went around the requirements for these promotions.
But we're not surprised. I mean, TSC appointment letters were being given by MPs and politicians in burials, in wedding ceremonies. Mheshimiwa anakuja anakwambia can employ teachers.
Yeah, and niko na letter,
niko na barua. They were being given like mandazi
now
every
let me
other
interest
place.
you.
Yes.
Because it is the same members of parliament who in the House said, you know what, the Committee on Education now accused the TSC of disadvantaging some sections of the country in recent promotions after changing the rules, which saw some of the teachers who had been waiting for promotions, some for up to 18 years, had been left out. Commissioners led by the Chief Executive Officer Nancy Macharia and Chairpersons Jamlek Muturi, who were put to task to explain why some teachers were promoted before serving for the required period. Another case of the pot calling the kettle black. You cannot, I'm sorry, on one hand, be in the middle of where? Receiving letters, wanton. You want a letter have. Then the same people now come and ask the TSC, these people that you promoted, why didn't you allow them to serve for 3 years? Can we talk out of both sides of our mouth and expect the results to be look, and that's why I say there is no justification. There is no threshold for doing the wrong thing and saying, I only did a little bit, so it's not so wrong as the person who did a lot. There is no threshold. If it's wrong, it's wrong, right? However, can you applaud one person for what they've done when it suits you and then castigate them on the other side when now it looks as though you need to do your job? Can you?
Did you see that the Chief Executive Officer, Nancy Macharia, was trending at some point online? Yes. And people said all sorts of things that were not polite and all sorts of things that were very mean about her. I am happy that Kenyans have gotten of age. Kenyans have gotten to that place where they tell you things as they are. They don't sugarcoat things. They give you your flowers when you're alive, and they also bury you when you're alive if they don't like you. So Parliament, you know what Parliament is, and I think the ones who were celebrating these are the parliamentarians who had been given letters. But remember also we had parliamentarians who were jilted. They are not close to the system. They are not connected to the system, so they are being told, wewe ni MP mjinga, wewe hutauna barua ya TSC kama wale wengine wanaandikisha watu kwa walimu. So those parliamentarians of course had to go to Parliament and make noise, which is, I mean, what
you make it sound like a marketplace where Mama Nani is.
Yes, what they should have been doing is not making noise about the fact that TSC is that horrible. It's also making noise about the fact that there are some members of Parliament who would allow themselves to collect those letters and go and give out, knowing that that's unprofessional.
Come on, for goodness sake.
Yeah.
It is unprofessional. Yes. I mean, it's for crying out loud. There's some things where where do you even say do not? And that's the thing. I think we deal and operate within a system where it's bent in some parts, broken in other parts. So you cannot have one superfluous way of doing things that across board it just goes. And then we have to ask our questions. Well, how should we apply it in this case? No. Apply the rule of law across board all the time. Whether you wake up in the middle of the night and sit up and rub your eyes and somebody asks you how will you apply the rule of law, you do it. But we seem to have this romance with it, and we want to dance and flirt with it a little bit before we ask ourselves the question, are we landing this thing? You know, it's never straightforward, and we need to get to the point where it actually is.
I'm looking at...
We're coming to the top of the hour.
Okay.
At this point, but I will be able to come into some of these stories later on.
Okay.
Okay, so those are the stories we're looking at. Those are the ones that make headlines this morning. Ndu and Fanya Mambo with you in the studio this morning. We'll continue with those stories and more conversations at 7. Good morning.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. ODM leader Raila Odinga has said he's still holding consultations and listening to the opinions of Gen Z in order to determine his political direction. Speaking in Mombasa, Raila insisted that he is not in government but has sent experts as CSs to help the government carry out its duties. Raila has also criticized the government for increasing taxes on the common mwananchi, calling on it to deal with matters of corruption.
Out of government since 2013. Even now I'm not in government. ODM donated experts to government. But you know, it was just July last year. We are now in May. They have not done any budget. The first budget is going to be done this year. Mr. Mbadi's Minister for Finance, his budget will be read in Parliament this year, next month in June. So give him time. Give ODM time to show you how we can do it.
He has also continued to emphasize the need for the NGCDF to be managed by county governments.
The CDF is about 2.5% of the total budget, which is goes to the counties or goes to the constituencies. But yes, 2.5% is substantial because it will increase the allocation going to the counties from minimum 15% to 17.5%. As you know that you said you wanted more money to go to the counties than is there. You said minimum 15%, but now that's where they have been stuck. If more money goes down there, a lot of more services can be provided.
Prime Cabinet Secretary and Foreign Affairs Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has come to the defense of the now controversial remarks made by Tanzanian President Samia Suluhu following the arrest and deportation of Kenyan activists. Speaking on a local TV station, Mudavadi appeared to side with Suluhu's utterances regarding what she termed as the activists' interference in Tanzania's affairs, taking issue with Kenyans' recent lack of integrity in their conduct. According to Musalia, President Suluhu might have been speaking from her observation of the conduct of Kenyans in recent times.
No, I will not protest because I think there's some truth. There's some truth.
Okay.
Let us face a few facts. The level of etiquette, the level of insults that we see bandied in Kenya, even though we have the freedom of speech, is sometimes going overboard.
Meanwhile, Mudavadi has admitted that he does not have complete information about the arrest and detention of activist Boniface Mwangi, saying that the Tanzanian government has not given Kenya full details. However, he has claimed that he may have been arrested and detained following allegations of interference in the country's general elections due later this year.
They have not given a lot of detail on that score, but we all know through the media that a section of Kenyan individuals wanted to go and observe the judicial process that is going on. They seem to have rattled the administration in Tanzania. We hope that we can resolve this issue diplomatically, and that's what we are doing.
And finally, the Kenya Meteorological Department has sent out a warning for heavy rainfall in some parts of the country during the week. The rainfall is expected in counties in the Highland, East and West of the Rift Valley, the Lake Victoria Basin, the Rift Valley, the coast, and northwestern Kenya, as well as parts of the Mount Kenya region. In the weekly forecast released on Monday, the counties of Nandi, Kakamega, Vihiga, Bungoma, Siaya, Busia, Baringo, Nakuru, Trans Nzoia, Uasin Gishu, Elgeyo Marakwet, West Pokot, Kisii, Nyamira, Kericho, Bomet, Kisumu, Homa Bay, Migori and Narok, as well as Nyandarua, Laikipia, Nyeri, Kirinyaga, Murang'a, Kiambu, Meru, Embu, Tharaka Nithi and Nairobi are expected to receive heavy rainfall depicted by the deep red colour on the map. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
All right, taking a look at what's happening. And it is starting to build here and there, and we're stepping into traffic hour in not too far from now. It is busy, and also then getting us into the city, coming in from the Thika Superhighway, and also that will be bumper to bumper for some time as you then get towards the Pangani underpass. There's also some movement as you then come on from Wayaki Way. Traffic is also busy as you're starting to come off of Langata Road. So coming in from Uhuru Gardens at the interchange, it's busy. Getting through towards Langata Road and then Aerodrome Road, touching on Uhuru Highway. The Eastern Bypass is busy as you come through towards North Airport Road and then on towards Embakasi and North Airport Road. And then Outer Ring coming through towards Allsops is busy as well. It is a very busy morning, has already started even before we get into traffic hour. And do we see you? Yes, we do. That's traffic on Kangunda Road coming in from Jiro, heading out towards Outer Ring. Yes, it's busy. Let's see what it looks like as we get into it this morning and talk to us. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room. It's 7:07. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, and we're getting into Wednesday morning proper. It is hump day, and we're getting over that hump very well with you today. Our live streams are up on Facebook, on YouTube, and on X, and we're also with our audience on KTN. Everybody is in the house today, and we're getting into a conversation this morning that I think is necessary for us to have. There are very few conversations today that are unnecessary, and one thing that we always say about conversations or discourse that is ongoing is that one of two things will happen: that people continue to talk about those issues and keep them front and center, or as a result of those conversations, something is actually done. So imagine that. And while you're imagine that you have a trusted ally by your side always. That's the I&M Bank promise. We empower you with the tools and support to turn your aspirations into reality. So whether it's a new business that you're venturing into, or getting into your child's education, or even securing your future, I&M Bank is here for you. From flexible financial solutions to personalized guidance, we are on your side, championing your progress and celebrating your successes. So don't just bank, build your future with a partner who believes in you. You can experience the power of on your side banking. Find out more at any I&M Bank branch close to you. And always remember that I&M Bank is on your side. And even as we get into stuff that we talk about this morning, Our guest for the hour is already seated. He's been in the hot seat before, but today in capacity to speak about certain issues which we deem necessary. And that is in the person of Joshua Odhiambo Nyamori, who's a governance and policy expert. We're looking at disillusioned opposition. We talked about this earlier, and we're saying, so what role does the opposition actually hold? Joshua, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm most privileged to join you this morning.
Well, we're glad that we're here, you're here.
I must say I'm most also privileged, apart from you, that I was happy to come and meet, to today share a table with Fanya Mambo. I mean, I listened to him.
Yes.
In all media.
Yeah.
And I'm impressed.
What we did is that he's been giving he's shared a lot of his thoughts across, and it has really picked up. So what we did this morning is that we decided to pull him out of bed at 4 a.m. and say, let's have this conversation over 4 hours and let's see what we can do. And he graciously agreed to do that. So it's good to have him here as well, to have this discourse with you. So even as we get into a conversation around the opposition, I want to share today's proverb with you. We'll tell you where we are coming in from. One of the Lusophone countries, there are only 3 on the African continent, Lusophone being those countries that speak Portuguese. That Portuguese is one of the official languages. And this particular country is Mozambique, right? So today, the Mozambicans say, if the leech that does not let go, even when it is filled, dies on dry land. The leech that does not let go, even when it is filled, dies on dry land.
You know, I grew up in Kano Plains. And you know, Kano Plains is a land of floods. And we grow rice. So in the rice plantations, leeches are things that we have to deal with every day. And when leeches will attack you in water, but they will, suck your blood. But a leech that is wise enough should be able to pull itself out of your body before you get to dry land. Because when you get to dry land, and what we do is you slap it, and it will die.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So the Mozambique, is a revolutionary country. If you know the history, a number of African revolutionaries trained in the front line of the Frelimo, and he's changed. But then General Museveni, the scholar, did his master's in political science at the University of Dar, but he spent 2 years in the front line of Frelimo doing his research. So his research is called revolutionary violence. And so when they talk of that, one of the aspects of that research by Museveni is that a revolutionary must change according to times. In the context of our discussion today, I'm thinking that the opposition in Kenya, if I take that example, is like a leech that has, fed on its, grounding that it is an opposition and therefore can speak on anything, and outlived the grounds upon which it used to speak, and with the time not changed as Kenya is changing, and is becoming irrelevant and will most likely die unless they transform.
Wow. How is that for an interpretation of a proverb that we can link directly to a current day affair, and also tie into the conversation that we'll be having this morning? I think that was great, Joshua.
I already like his depth.
Yeah, already.
I already like the fact that he's telling us he grew up. The leeches are not very many to some of us who grew up in Mount Kenya. Yeah. So for them, where there's a lot of water, it's a very common thing. So he brought perspective to it, and it's a beautiful place to be.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it. Okay. And so we can jump into it this morning, can't we? Where we're asking ourselves the role that an opposition plays in any government. And although we are going to deduce then what will or is happening from that in Kenya, that an opposition plays a vital role in any government, and that more or less its role is to keep the government in check. It is not just about political slander. It is not just about, saying that just because we are on the side of the opposition and you are in government, or that I'm in government and you're in the opposition, doesn't now open up the grounds for any kind of political onslaught of insults. But really what it is supposed to do is ensure that things as they go, it plays an almost unofficial oversight role. That's what we think. Is that the role that an opposition should be playing in any government before we get to what has happened in Kenya over the years?
Yeah, opposition has several roles. It's not only that. One, as I agree with you, that one of the opposition's role is to check on the government, to offer oversight, to speak, the uncomfortable truths that people in power might not want to hear. However, it is also important to understand that in the context of Kenya, where we have minority and majority party with the roles specified in the constitution and the various laws, the opposition has a role in governance, in actual governance, in influencing governance, rather than just making noise. They have a role to, use their numbers, however few or many they are, in the committees, to influence, to bring in, to draft bills, to be able to, invite government ministers and ask questions, to be able to then debate and influence agenda. To be able to bring in new issues, to be able to be a representative of an alternative thought process.
Right.
So that even if the government is a majoritarian government, we should be able to have a discussion on the alternative thought process by the opposition. What we have in the country, if you allow me to go to that, is, however, an opposition that is just opposing, just making noise, never bringing in new thoughts, never creating an agenda, and not representing that alternative thought that is not represented in government. And because of that, we then end up in a situation in which we do not have clashing thought process. And when you don't have clashing thought process, then you are not able to synthesize the various thoughts within the nation and come up with superior thoughts and views and policies. Yeah, I think it is Michael Wamalwa who once said that when there is a good idea, must give space to a better idea. And a better idea should be able to give seed ground to a grand idea. When he was talking about the Grand Coalition, was it the National Grand Coalition?
Yes.
Movement in 2002. So we are lacking that in Kenya, and for me it's a failure by the opposition.
When you talk about when you talk about creating agenda, I think that is interesting, because usually one of the other descriptions that you gave is just making noise, and that what we have seen is that the noise making, albeit useful, I think at some point, does not then give birth to this creation of an agenda. But if there is the creation of an agenda, Joshua, who would implement this agenda? You don't expect that an opposition would create an agenda and that the government of the day would take that on. Or do you?
We have a very interesting constitutional framework, very unique in itself. And this is a constitutional framework that not only allows the winning party to implement its agenda, but ensures that the agenda must go through public participation. So a well-grounded opposition should take time to research and then take time to try and influence thought process within Parliament, but also try to influence thought process and share their views outside to the public, so that they mobilize public support towards what they're doing. And in my view, it really does not matter what the government wants. If the public participation is carried out properly and it is inclusive, it is valid in terms of quality and quantity, and it makes sense, then the opposition can still use that to be able to push the government to adopt what they want. The other thing is that opposition should not necessarily just make noise. Opposition should also sometimes try to influence government. And they have this opportunity where in the committees, they can actually engage not as opposition and government, but as parliamentarians. And as parliamentarians, at that point, they have an opportunity to present motions, and they have opportunity to present views that they should be able to engage in and then influence their brothers and sisters the other side. Yeah.
So let's do, sometimes it's, you see the reality of something when you can be given examples, and then you can say, okay, this has actually worked. This thing that we prescribe and say you must have a vibrant opposition, which is keeping government in check, which is creating an agenda beyond just the making of noise that is good. How have we seen the opposition operate in Kenya? Say, let's go from 2002, where Kijana Wamalwa was saying the things that you're talking about here before the formation of a coalition.
And
what do we see that has resulted, that has come about as the result of a vibrant opposition that has moved or changed anything?
And maybe you could tie that with the question of, we know one Opiyo Wandayi was supposed to have been the leader of minority in parliament. Technically, he was supposed to have been the leader of opposition in parliament. He's now a minister in this government. Then can we say we have an opposition in this country? Can we say we have an opposition? Because you see, Opiyo Wandayi was supposed to have led the opposition in oversighting government. Like ministers or public or the CSS should have come to him and the committees that they form to answer questions. But now he's sitting as a cabinet secretary. Is it plausible to say that we still have an opposition in this country?
Yeah, let me start with your question and then I come to yours. And my view is that we have had, very vibrant opposition. Even in the height of the one-party dictatorship. You remember we had the 7 bearded sisters who were just very few individuals, but they kept the government to check. And how did they do it? They did it through research. They did it through, engaging on issues. They did it through mobilizing beyond parliament and mobilizing the civil society. They did it by avoiding divisive identity of ethnicity. And regionalism that now informs our opposition. Then we look at after Malipati, what we had in this country under Jaramogi initially and other leaders. It was a more vibrant opposition than we have today. And partly it's because I think we took in better leaders who were able to engage not only as politicians and ethnic lords, but also as professionals who had credible backgrounds. That is lacking majorly in our parliament and especially in the opposition. Then, Mambo, you raised the issue of Opiyo Wandayi moving into government from the opposition. I think my what I normally tell people, I never engage on what should. I engage on what is. And the reality of Kenya is, if you look at, the evolution of Kenya politics, is that we are moving towards a post-election arrangements. Some people call it coalitions, some people call it broad-based, some people call it handshake, but in which the government that is in power, because rarely would we have a government that has significant, majority in parliament. But the government in power would always want to have a comfortable majority to allow it to then pass its bills and its programs and to be able to, finance its programs through finance bills and others. And so the government will always look for ways and means of working with either the whole or part of the opposition. And this is not unique to Kenya only. I mean, the South African ANC, when they realized that they were going to have a hung parliament, made the deals with their traditional opponents, the DA, who, no one ever imagined that the DA would work with South Africa. Germany is an example where governments always reach out to the opposition to form, a post-election arrangement. It happens also to Israel. And so the opposition should, those who remain and decide to remain in the opposition, should, accept the fact that these arrangements will always arise. And when they arise, it is important that Opiyo and I should not be an individual. There should be other people who can step, forward, take up that position. And I believe that it is not necessary in terms of numbers, in terms of what are the issues they bring. How can they mobilize the country around those issues? How, eloquently and deeply do they debate those issues when they're given an opportunity on the floor of the House, rather than talking about their ethnicity and other narrow backgrounds.
But this, I'm sorry.
That's my view.
And I think our role, our position is to tell things and discuss things that we see, right? Yes. It is not wanting to be on the right side of whatever, but it is reporting and talking about what we see. Yeah. But what do we see? That when we saw that there was a marriage of government and opposition, we cannot run away from that reality. It is beyond perception or optics. It is the reality that happened, and that what we get from that marriage is that a baby has been birthed whereby anything can go, and that all this particular baby is making sure that the needs and wants of individuals and groups then are met. The examples that you gave of Israel and Germany, when opposition came together with government, it was for the proliferation of an agenda that would see those countries thrive and succeed and continue to develop. Can we say that we've seen the same thing happening in Kenya when opposition and government get into bed together? Can we say that?
And maybe, I think, look at it this way. And I have always asked myself, if the administration wanted a bill, for example, to increase the salaries of MPs, do you think a marriage would have been necessary? Probably that bill would have passed through Parliament very quickly and very fast. I think, will there ever be a likelihood of a situation where all the bills that are coming to Parliament are so pro-Kenyan that any person sitting anywhere, whether they're in a marriage with government, would like to pass those bills?
Exactly.
There are different perceptions, definitely, on what the role of the broad-based government is, and then what they are doing. Okay, my view is that we need to accept the reality that we have a broad-based government, the political leadership of ODM and UDA, in terms of the president and his brother Raila Amolo Odinga decided to join together, and then for whatever reason, but then they then put down what they wanted to do in terms of the 10 points agenda. My view is that those 10 points agenda should be the basis upon which anybody who wants to engage this government should continue to engage the government on the floor of the House and outside the House.
Before you go to the next perception, Joshua,
yes,
I'm sorry,
yes.
But on that particular note, and that's the thing that I'm saying here, is that can we actually see that the fruits of that marriage are for Kenya? Are they for Kenya, or are they for the individuals who are in this small committee of people, which, if you look at it, is not more than 200 people? that are in this thing together? Is it for Kenya?
Again, perception. Again, perception. But then I would want to invite you to look at the Kenya we had in 2002, 2003, when we had Kenyans in the streets. And one of the noise that was being made is that this government is not inclusive, while at least on the other side we had the deputy president who was always talking about shares and telling people that you are not going to give government services because you did not vote for this government. And then you have a situation now when you have the PS for, I think, labor services or something, this young man from Malindi, and you have the PS from Turkana, and you have my friend Atandi from Alego also being part of this government. It makes the government more inclusive. Okay, it gives a face of Kenya. It makes their supporters and the people, where areas they come from, and not only in terms of the region, but also in terms of religion, in terms of age. It makes the government as inclusive as possible. So that's an alternative thought, and those are the things that people should then be able to gauge. So what I was coming to before then you asked the question is that for all these issues that the government has then promised to engage in, I would expect the opposition to have an alternative thought. They should identify where they agree with government and where they disagree with government, and actually give us their own manifesto, give us their own program, tell us that an opposition should be a futuristic body. It should be a body that is telling us that if you were to remove this government today, then we would put in place this kind of government, and give us their shadow cabinet secretaries, and let those shadow cabinet secretaries come to parliament every week and talk about an alternative to everything that the government is talking to. Right, the country is now getting deeper into discussing the finance bill 2025, and the government has said that this finance bill is not aimed at increasing tax, but it is meant to enhance efficiency and ensure that everybody does their role in terms of tax paying. The question is, what is the alternative thought that the opposition have? As we are going out to public participation, do we have what the government has told us and how the opposition discount it, and what then they think that we should do, so that the public have full disclosure, the public are informed, and the public are able to make decisions between alternatives? Because the man in the street, the man in the village, does not have the complexity and the depth to be able to do thorough analysis, to be able to then engage deeply with the policy documents without being given alternatives, and then give credible views during public participation. That's the role of
allow me to ask you. You've spoken very eloquently and very nicely about inclusivity.
Yes.
Has this government ever thought of inclusivity from any other perspective other than regions? Because one of the things that it appears to some of us is that inclusivity has not been thought about in terms of common sense. Has this government ever thought that common sense is one of the ingredients of inclusivity?
That you must include.
So that people who have a lot of common sense in this country would be included. For example, may he rest in peace, the late John Michuki is remembered for seatbelts. He's remembered for the yellow line. He's remembered for reforming the matatu sector. Matiang'i, hate him or love him, he turned all our school buses into yellow. At least when you see a yellow bus, even when you're driving, you ask yourself, wait, there are angels in this bus. In fact, for me, every time I see a yellow bus when I'm driving, I'm tempted. I just feel that I want to give way, because I can tell there are 20 young people in that bus who need to go home, and they are more than myself. And they are relying on that driver to get them home. I can go home at midnight. Nobody will ask me questions. So what we are trying to say, this inclusivity has been looked as a regional thing. You have a guy from Malindi, a guy from Turkana. But I haven't seen inclusivity in terms of the government making a deliberate effort to look for common sense and bring people who would literally bring change. Because what country is looking for is not for us to keep giving you alternative views. I think what Kenyans are saying, why don't you give people who are so brilliant that they are coming with wow ideas, like, the school bus idea, the Michuki rules, and so on and so forth. Why hasn't government thought it necessary to look at common sense or brilliance as part of inclusivity and just bring us ministers who will wow this country, PSs who will wow
and actually
this
get it done?
Yeah. I like the way you are dealing with it. But then the question I will ask you, do we need common sense or do we need rare sense?
I think
I'm asking this question because common sense in its basic definition is what is common, what any other person could do.
The reason I use that word was deliberate as you answer. The reason I use that was deliberate as you answer is, for example, in the month of May, and it has not occurred to some people in the Ministry of Education that there are children who are waiting for exams in November, and therefore they have not allocated budget for exams. I mean, since independence is the first time we are seeing that. Now, that is why I'm using the word common sense, that it is not so common to some human beings that children who are sitting exams in November would have needed to have the exams prepared for in May. They are saying they don't have a budget for invigilation. We are not even sure whether the children are going to sit for the exam. That's why I use the word common sense deliberately.
Yeah, let me then, I'll get to that. My point is, when you look, I am a student of human rights. In fact, this morning I'm reading for an exam that I'm doing later in the day, and what I was reading on was on disability rights law. And you will agree with me that on disability rights law, the issue that we talk about is inclusivity. How inclusive is our systems and so on and so forth. But my point is, when you say that again, I think it is perception. When you say that this government is not inclusive and that does not have common sense and that does not give priority to common sense, as you call it, when choosing people.
I just asked whether they do.
What do you say of the choice of Professor Makau Mutua to actually advise the president on matters of human rights?
You must ask the question whether he was actually brought in to do that.
You see, the unfortunate thing is that you cannot. You must give credit where it's due. For those of us who are scholars of human rights, Professor Makau Mutua is one of the most respected scholars on human rights worldwide. And when you look at documentation, especially on the African instruments of human rights, is a respected scholar. He comes not from the president's party. He comes from a party that has criticized the president over the years, and he has criticized previous government. He has been out there. He has written papers. He's contributed to journals. He has been given a chance to advise not a minister, not a PS, but to advise the president. Shouldn't we celebrate that? And then those of us who are activists on matters of human rights, then not only use Professor Makau Mutua to push our agenda, but also hold him to account and hold the president to account as times move by, in terms of whether the president is utilizing the thought process by Professor Makau Mutua or not.
I want us to take a break on this point. Just hold on to that, because we then have to look at the underlying issues here. These appointments that we see, was it done because he really wanted to pull in on his human rights acumen and his human rights history? Or are we seeing yet another position that was given to soothe temperatures and to make sure that you have everybody who would previously make noise now on the low once you've given them a position? We must look at both sides and ask that question, that did this happen because his historical education and his experience wanted to be employed in government, or were we looking to give a cushy position so that person would keep quiet? And as often happens with opposition in many, many countries, Kenya being one of them. These are the questions we're asking this morning. At 23 minutes to 8 o'clock, we'll take a break. Joshua Odhiambo Nyamori is a governance and policy expert. He's our guest this hour. It continues after this. Cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 16. It is partly sunny at 14 in Nakuru and cloudy at 15 in Nyeri. The sun is up at 13 in Eldoret, while Mombasa is sunny at 25. Malindi at 26 is sunny. Kisumu cloudy at 20 with Kakamega cloudy at 17, and it's partly cloudy at 19 in Kampala with 24 and cloudy conditions in Dar es Salaam. 9 degrees and windy and cloudy in Johannesburg. While at 27, Mogadishu is sunny. Addis Ababa at 15 is sunny. It's partly cloudy at 25 in Lagos with light rain now in Kinshasa at 23. All right, so what are we looking at? Traffic on the Thika Superhighway is quite crazy. Coming in heavy from Githurai through towards Kasarani, out towards Garden City. So that continues all the way through towards the Pangani Underpass. And there is traffic on Kiambu Road that's coming in from North Airport Road. And Limuru Road busy as well, coming in all the way from Roslyn out towards the Village Market. And it'll find you right around Muthaiga. Folks are trying to go either towards Westlands or go towards Muthaiga Square. So that's doing the thing there. Waiaki Way is busy, coming in through towards Westlands at the roundabout. And there is quite some traffic coming in on Ngong Road, in from Naivasha Road. It's also busy on Langata Road, coming in from Magadi Road and then spilling over into the city. So are we in traffic hour? Yes, we are. If you're on the Eastern Bypass, you know this. We'll have a look in about a half hour or so how this has changed, and we'll talk and keep things moving on SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room. It is 20 minutes to 8 o'clock. Joshua Odhiambo Nyamori is our guest this hour. And we're looking into the opposition, its role. And are we looking at a disillusioned opposition, Fanya Mambo?
Actually, I just wanted to throw in a question to him, just based on what he had just said about Professor Makau Mutua. And the questions that very many Kenyans are asking me, and they're even chatting me here, they are saying, please explain to us why we have a president who needs a professor to tell him, because on human rights, that abductions are wrong. You don't need a university professor who has been lecturing in the US on human rights for all those years to just come and tell you that when you arrest a Kenyan, take them through the court process, let them be heard. You don't need a university professor, because when you find yourselves hiring a professor to help you deal with human rights issues, it means you have a bad human rights record, because people look for what they don't have. Yeah, and so I think then Kenya has an attorney general. Then are we saying then that the Attorney General is legally incompetent to advise the President? I think these are questions that Kenyans would want to answer, because there's duplicity. It's Kenyans' money. We have learned that Kenya is spending 1 billion shillings every year on 50 advisors. And now they've added Professor Makau Mutua. And some of these advisors are advising the President on things that we already have civil servants doing. Because when you have an advisor advising the President on human rights and the respect for the rule of law, and then we have an Attorney General and they're both earning from Kenyans, then Kenyans have to raise questions, because this money is coming from their pockets. Why do we need someone to advise the President on how not to abduct Kenyans, for example?
You know, I came in to discuss the opposition. I've realized that the discussion is shifting to discuss the president. However,
these individuals
which are very important, which are very important. We must continue discussing that. But then I would let me first take a question. And my point when you talked about whether the president is genuine in inviting people like Makau Mutua and the opposition to work with him, and whether he really is genuine in seeking to resolve Kenyan problems. And then I would want to tie it with what you have talked about, whether he needs Makau Mutua. Okay? Yes. My point is this. Before studying law, I studied economics, and one of the thought leaders that we studied in economics was Adam Smith, and one of his greatest works was The Wealth of Nations. And the Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith says that it is not in the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, or the baker that we can expect our dinner from their regard to their own interest. That we can expect our dinner, but it is with regard to their own interest. So, political class, professionals come on board because of partly their own sake, and whoever is in the seat of the presidency, one of the most important objectives that they have is to sustain their stay in the presidency and probably get re-elected. So anybody would have that objective, and so the question is, when then he brings in the opposition to work with him, is it simply a bad thing? Because when the opposition come in, then they bolster his ability to be in government. It's not a bad thing. Everybody would want to be in government, and this happens across the world. The question is, do the individuals who are initially not agreeable with him have an opportunity to influence thought process? Okay, and with this, I would then move to your question on why you need a professor. You cannot have your cake and eat it, Fanya Mambo. You cannot accuse us, you cannot accuse the leadership and others of not using common sense. And then when they look for the best of brains to work with them, then you say that is bad. You don't need to get those best of brains to inform you. Our constitutional architecture and our governance structures, entrenches human rights. When you look at the Bill of Rights, it forms almost, I think, a quarter or more of the volume of our constitution. And it informs the values on human rights, informs the entire constitutional architecture that we have. And so everything in this government should be looked at and studied and evaluated and designed from a human rights approach. And so the Attorney General is, yes, the chief legal officer to the government. It does not necessarily mean that the Attorney General must be an expert in human rights. It goes beyond just studying law. The other thing is that at the level of the presidency is not just an individual. And that individual who heads the presidency is entitled to and needs credible advice. And so when we have somebody like Professor Makao Mutua sitting at that high level and being able to influence what the president says, then that is important. One of the things that, for me, I think is important, even though a number of people then criticized and made fun of it, was the president coming out in public and saying that, there have been abductions. It will not happen again. Okay? The first thing in resolving our dirty human rights past is to acknowledge that is a problem. Once you have acknowledged that is a problem, then design how to resolve it.
Okay.
So the other thing I want to say that it is not President William Ruto who has brought in opposition. It started in the 17th century. I mean, Abraham Lincoln, one of the things that he only ruled for 4 years before he was assassinated. One of the things that he's remembered for is that when the country, the USA, was going through a crisis, he reached out to his greatest rivals and formed the team of rivals. Brought in Seward, brought in Bates, and the other one I think was called Chase. To form part of his government.
To what end? And I'm sorry, I'm going to hold you on that. To what end?
Abraham Lincoln was facing a crisis.
Yes.
So one of his objectives probably was to survive and to help him prosecute his agenda, especially during the Civil War.
No, I'm sorry. I have to insist.
Yes.
What was the crisis? I know it. What was the crisis faced by Abraham Lincoln at the time that he sought a solution to that made him bring in gentlemen like Seward to then make sure that it was... What was the crisis? What was the problem?
The America was divided.
Okay.
Okay.
And what was happening as a result of that division?
America was in war. Okay. America needed to have a broad-based approach, a united front, so that the country could be united not only in terms of numbers but also in terms of the thought process.
Okay.
And it worked in saving the Union. It served in ensuring that Abraham Lincoln, when you read about the history of that period, one of the things that Abraham Lincoln considered in is that some of the greatest ideas that then informed his policy during that period were things that he received, not necessarily from the people who were said to be his people, but the people that he received, the thought process and advice that he received from his rivals.
Exactly.
Yes.
Now, if you want to take that and you want to apply it to the Kenyan situation, we are dealing with apples and oranges, two totally different things. And this is what I'm saying today. When the broad-based government, which was the invitation to essentially generals who were in the opposition, what was the crisis that they were trying to solve when they came together? What was the crisis?
You remember that the broad-based government was formed after the protest on the budget.
So what were they trying to solve?
One of the issues, I want to answer it through an example. And one of the issues was that taxes. Kenyans were protesting against increased taxation. The current cabinet secretary for Treasury has come out and told the public that the proposals that are taken in Parliament is, unlike before, not increasing taxation. They are maintaining taxation at what they are, simply making the process more efficient and ensuring that everybody plays their part so that not a few are overburdened by the process. That could be. That could be an influence that has come from the opposition.
Was it necessary that John Mbadi is the only individual who would have come in with the suggestion, because he was in the opposition and now brought in as a cabinet secretary, is the one who would have made a suggestion to lower taxes, and then therefore we can see justification for inclusion of the opposition? Mind you, when Abraham Lincoln brought in these gentlemen to solve the issue of crisis that was going on in the United States, it did not merge opposition sides. It brought in people who were going to advise unto an end. And that is my question today. That can we see as a result of this, because what we have is a full-on merging. We don't have advisors who are sitting in one place and then that the opposition still remains. There is no opposition.
I think, allow me, there's something that nobody has wanted to address. And this is where the Kenyan problem is. After the Gen Z demonstration, William Ruto reached out to Raila Amolo Odinga so that they can form what they called the broad-based government, which Kenyans like to call bread-based or blood-based government. And the reason they call it that is because when the Raila Amolo Odinga side joined this administration, Kenyans did not see their issue on the table
being addressed.
What they saw is, you see, William Ruto, what he was supposed to have done, the crisis was not that Kenya is not united. And by the bringing Raila Amolo Odinga and the others was not going to unite the nation. The thing that was going to unite the nation was an end to corruption, an end to one-time waste of public resources, and so many other things. What William Ruto did, it appears to Kenyans, was to bring in experts who would help him to continue with the hemorrhage of public resources. I mean, under this bread-based government, we've seen there were no 4 billion for sure. We've seen 15 billion being lost on e-citizen like it's nothing goes on. We've seen a lot of bad things. We've been told 8 billion has been lost from the Hustler Fund and it's okay. We've been told that there's money that is not going through the exchequer and it's okay. And so what Kenyans are saying is that what William Ruto did is he brought the opposition to help him to continue looting the country. The opposition did not come in to do a Kenyan agenda. So that is the problem. What we wanted was not, as Kenyans, what we did not want was not to see them together. What is the uniting factor is that Kenyans wanted to see better governance. And that has not happened. So it's not about bringing people from different tribes and saying now Kenya is united. No. Kenya would have been united behind an idea. And the idea was meritocracy. Has that happened?
I respect your views as the media, especially to problematize, and in problematizing the issues, then give different perspectives. But I think as we do that, we need to give credit where it's due. And when I talk about credit where it's due, I am expecting you not only to say that there is nothing, but I'm expecting you to engage on the 10 points agenda. Did they agree on this agenda? Are these agenda things that are important? Is an issue of national unity and cohesion important in this country?
Absolutely.
Is the issue of economic stabilization and growth,
1,000%,
as is now being codified in Finance Bill 2025, is important? Is the issue of social justice and inclusion, to see this young man from Malindi or from Malindi, and to see the lady from Turukana, and to see a Muslim and a Christian, and to see the various ages part of the government. Is that important? Is the issue of the electoral reforms that was codified in the NADCO and then in the IBC Amendment Act 2024 that has then informed the process of selecting our proposed commissioners, was this important?
Yeah, let me ask. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I can answer that question. It is absolutely important.
Yeah.
My question is, and I'm still going to go back to the Abraham Lincoln example. That I think it was a brilliant example, because by the time he was assassinated, right, this agenda of uniting the United States had actually happened. It had happened because of what he did. I'll use the example that you've given about IEBC and ask a question. Today, what has happened? The High Court, as of Monday, halted the further on vetting and the nomination and placement of these IEBC individuals. Remember, it is on the 10 points, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, one would have assumed that because you saw a marriage and collapse of these two and brought them together as one, that some of these 10 points, then we would start to see them working out. But what have we been told? That there's a question mark about even some of the people who've been nominated. There's a question mark about some of those individuals who've been names that have been handed over to the president. Already, even before the process started taking place, folks had said, hold on a minute, those who are actually selecting these individuals are partisan already. It seemed as though the broad-based government, with the collapse of the opposition, was going to be a panacea to Kenya's problems. And it should not actually take so long to see some of these things starting to happen, or some semblance of the creation of an agenda. So my question is, if we see the collapse of the opposition joining government, should we then not start to see the fruits of this 10-point agenda that has been planted even start to sprout? IEBC is a fantastic example that you've brought in, because already we are seeing that one would have expected, because we saw these two sides come together, that some of these things would have been a thing of the past. But we don't. And that's why I'm saying the intent is just as important as the outcome.
Maybe the heavier point should be, whose 10-point agenda? When Gen Zs went to the streets, none of those things, the 10-point agenda, was important to them. In fact, they were tribalists. They were saying they don't even care if you appoint an Oromo. We don't even want to know your name. We don't even want to know your tribe. The Gen Zs had made it very clear. What they were looking for is meritocracy. Remove all that 10-point agenda. The IBC guys was, in fact, what the Gen Zs are saying, and that's why your generation and the other generations above your generation that do not understand young people. The young people are saying, by the way, we don't even care if the IBC came from one family. As long as they are people who are of good character and they are of good, you can go get 9 sisters and make them, all of them, commissioners, and make one of them to be. We don't even care if they are from the same gender. What young people are saying is that this 10-point agenda is a Raila Ruto agenda. The Gen Z agenda was very different. And they were looking for a Kenya where nobody will be so that you have been appointed for a particular position because you are from the Taita Taveta, or you're from which county or from which county. The Gen Zs were not interested in that. And that's why people have distanced themselves from the broad-based government, because they're saying everything that this administration is doing is not what took the Gen Zs to the streets. So we need to be told that they go and tear that paper called the 10-point agenda and ask what was the agenda of those people who went to the streets. That agenda is a Ruto agenda, it's a Raila agenda. What was the agenda of the young people who went to the streets and the people who brought this government to come together? Because they came together because of young people who went to the streets, whose agenda is not part of the 10-point agenda. In fact, when they were on the streets, nobody asked the other one, are you from Taveta? Are we doing inclusivity in our demonstrations? In the mortuary, they were not asking, is this a Kikuyu body? I remember when we were going to bury Rex Masai, people only got to know his Kamba at the time of his death. They're saying he's being buried somewhere within Machakos County. But your generation is keen on appointments. They're asking, this one is from which tribe, this is from which generation. That 10-point agenda, the Gen Z will tell you, is not important to them.
Your thoughts?
Okay, my thoughts. Interesting. Again, I would want to invite you to look at the process that has gone to court as a positive process. We must have a country. There are countries where you can't go to court for some of these things. But in Kenya, we have agreed, I think by practice, we seem to have agreed that policy and legislative processes start with, a bipartisan process, and then apart from the bipartisan process, that apart from going to parliament, it must go to the people, public participation, and then apart from public participation, it will then have to go to court. And the court is an accountability process that is important that processes go through. And whatever goes to court, it is not necessarily that it is bad. It is because one part of the country or the nation or certain groups may have disagreed with the process. And the law and the constitution allows them to do that. So I'm only praying that the court makes a quick decision on that. And you see, through court processes, we have then clarified certain processes that legislators enacted law on but were not clear.
Right.
However, in terms of whether the IEBC process was proper, it is important for anybody to appreciate that we had an ADCO process that was co-chaired by Honorable Chungwa and Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. And in that NADCO process, they actually agreed on a process. And then the question is, does the process they agreed on reflect what has been followed? I have looked at the Amendment Act of 2024, and I have looked at the process that was undertaken. To a great extent, that process was followed. I would want to see what is being raised in court, and then see. I listened to Kalonzo Musyoka on what he was saying about the process. What he was saying about the process does not exist in NADCO, does not exist in the Act.
Our time has come to an end, but we don't even have those 2 seconds, Fanya, unfortunately. And that's why this discourse is important for us to have. There are very many things that we need to continue bringing to the fore. Joshua Odhiambo Nyamori has been our guest this hour. Thank you for being here. Necessary for us to keep talking when we can. Thank you so much. Good morning at a minute past.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is the news on
All right, taking a look at what it looks like now into traffic hour proper this Wednesday morning, and it is heavy coming off of the Eastern Bypass, taking us through towards Outer Ring. In and outbound traffic on Outer Ring is quite a thing this morning, taking to the other side of Allsops at the junction and then joining on the thicker superhighway. You're going to pass Kangunda Road, which interestingly enough today is not doing too badly. Traffic is coming in all the way from Githurai, and it's going to go through towards the underpass at Pangani. So that's very busy. On Jago Road, Makadara around the train station through towards Landys Road is moving. In some parts, it has come to a complete stop. So that's moving slowly in some areas. And as we come off of Spring Valley, and rather in from Lower Kabete, it's busy here as well. Gong Road is busy. And Langata Road started from early Wednesday and said, let's get everybody on Langata Road through to the city. So that's very busy today. We're in traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we come out of it. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room. At 8 minutes after 8 o'clock, this is the Situation Room. It is into the third hour of this morning, and continuing with definitely conversations that we need to have. And where are you when you ask who is on your side? In every dream that you pursue, every goal that you set, and every milestone that you achieve, there's a partner who stands with you, steadfast and unwavering. So at I&M Bank, our promise is simple. We're on your side, and that's it. Whether you're launching a new business, whether you're seeking financial guidance, or whether you're striving for personal growth, we're here to support and empower you every step of the way, bringing innovative solutions, impacting lives. Because at I&M Bank, your aspirations fuel our mission. Discover the power of on-your-side banking. Find out more at any I&M Bank branch close to you. And never forget, same thing as saying, always remember, I&M on your side. And as we're in hump day, getting over into the weekend, how about you take a trip to your closest Naivas Kiloko? Are you looking for value that stretches your shilling? Let Naivas be your home of deals. At Naivas, we know shopping isn't just ticking off a list. It's about the experience. That's why your Kikapu Kibonge is more than just a shopping basket. It's big, it's bountiful, and guess what? It never gets full. So with unbeatable promotions, exclusive discounts, and everyday low prices, you can just keep adding more. And guess what? You still spend less. So from farm fresh ingredients to those little household must-haves, everything you need is waiting at your nearest Naivas Kiloko. So come fill your kikapu with value, variety, and the warmth of a true Kenyan shopping experience. Karibu Naivas, the home of deals. We're getting into it at 10 minutes after 8. The Senator of the Republic of Kenya, representing the people of Kisii County, I was taught that is how you're actually supposed to say it, is one Richard Onyonka, and he's going to be here with us in a short while, one would hope. Abi? Yes, that's what they've told us, that he'll be with us in a short while, and then we'll get into the conversation later on with him. So, as we wait for him to get here, there are, of course, issues that we continue to discuss, whatever the case may be. And as we look around the country, you are not hard-pressed to find what some of these issues are. And I just wanted to reiterate a point, to bring out something, and, for us to look into that a little bit more. You don't seem to need to look very far as the way things are happening today for a situation that is unfortunate.
Yeah.
And it's not a good thing.
Yes.
We can glory in it, and we can pontificate, and we can be upset. But the sad reality is that we should not be in a situation whereby out of 15, 20 things that you have, 17, 18 of them are terrible. I mean, don't even ask me to start naming them now, because I can. And why should we have a government in place whose first responsibility, first charge on the duty roster is to ensure that these people that you're governing are okay? First charge. Because they have delegated the responsibility of the securing of livelihoods to you. What does that mean? That they will eat. and that their sources will be secure, that children will go to school and because it is their right, that they will be protected, that they first will be protected before anything or anybody else, that which you said you provide for them at education at any level is their right, that there will be infrastructure whereby they can actually get things done. You see what I'm doing here? I'm building the things that are actually supposed to happen, and then you can find that of those things that I have mentioned, sadly and unfortunately, we are seeing very little. I actually want to take a minute to say that housing project that we saw come up yesterday is a very good thing. It is a fantastic thing that people should live in dignified, affordable housing as people of the Republic of Kenya. It is a very good thing. Is it happening at the rate at which it ought to happen? And I think the president alluded to that fact that he would like to see more done. It is a very good thing because that is the blueprint of the things that are actually supposed to be happening in the nation. And I actually do think that when you see them happening, you should actually say, the way we call it out when we say something wrong is going on, we call it out when there's something good that has happened and say, yes, this should actually be the case. But unfortunately, mistrust and distrust has led you to say that the people who were in those videos yesterday, are they really the ones who are living in those homes? Or what is the true situation? Why do we have to look so hard to find out the good things that are happening?
Why do we have to look so hard to find out the good things that are happening? I say Kenyans must learn from the animals. And one of the first things that animals do is that they will not follow the damnedest of them. Even when the Maasai is putting a bell on the cow, he looks for the cow that knows the way. He looks for the cow that knows where the pastures are. He looks for the cow that knows the direction to the river. He looks for the bull that knows where there are no hyenas along the way. They put the bell on the bull that will not lead the cows into danger and a lot of trouble. Now, human beings, unfortunately, have decided that they can put a bell on people who do not know where they are going.
So that we can hear you.
So sometimes we are following people who have no idea, and they take us on the path that has got hyenas. They take us on the path that does not lead us to water. They take us on the path that leads us to Nairobi River waters, which are dirty. They take us on the path that leads us to a place where there is no pasture. Governments that have succeeded, like Malaysia, I'll tell you, and the Singapores of this world, is only one thing. The president sits and deliberately looks for the best brains, literally, and says, I want the best brain here and here and here and here. And when they look around the country, they see that they only chose the best. There was no better brain, for example, to occupy the Ministry of Health than the one they chose. And that is what has led that country to where they are. That is now meritocracy. Kenya, unfortunately, on the other hand, has not looked for leaders. They have looked for dealers. They have looked for people who can advise the president that it is okay to keep State House in a constant state of construction. Huko ni manyundo tua. Every other morning, there is a contract for renovation. There's a contract for new,
I think it's interesting that those two words, leaders and dealers, use the exact same number of letters, and it is the exact letters. It's just that they've been shuffled around.
Exactly. So then what happens is you have a country where all the priorities are wrong. I'll tell you, for example, right now, if a child is born in Kenya today, Kitambo, you used to say, if they can't find your details, like on any register anywhere, they look at your left hand to see whether you have the BCG shot. Right now, Kenyans are leaving hospitals without a BCG shot.
They are.
It's so bad that there was 2.3 billion available to renovate Harambee House, an office the president does not go to. The office we know him for is the top of his Land Cruiser. That is what they should have renovated. But they have renovated Harambee House at 2.3 billion. And it took Warren Buffett to come and give us 3.8 billion for our health sector. And then they allocated another 1 billion for State House, I think the third time this year, and another 600 million for the state lodges and so on and so forth. So why we don't find any inspiration and why we are finding ourselves talking only about bad things is because the people we put in place are not capable of conceptualizing anything good and bringing to Kenyans something that can give them hope. Talk of the houses that were being launched. The internet does not forget. I invite Kenyans to just go back and look at when President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta launched the construction of those houses.
The same ones?
Yes, the exact same houses, exact same location.
Yeah.
The beauty is you don't need to go far. Pick up your phone, go online and say President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta launches the construction of Mukuru Kwajenga housing project. You will find it there. And by the time he was leaving by there, they were about 70% complete. You will see the buildings. I didn't draw them. They are on the internet. They are right there. And by the way, those houses happened without the amount of taxation that Kenyans are going on. I mean, under Uhuru Muigai's administration, and I'm not saying it was perfect, but during his administration, those houses were completed 70% without the amount of taxation we are seeing now. Now, what is hurting to Kenyans is not the fact that those houses were given to the people of Mukuru Kwajenga. It is their right because they are Kenyans. What is hurting Kenyans is that the people on SpaceSlip, including yourself, wamelipa housing levy.
Yes.
But the people to whom those houses have gone are not people with a pay slip. So they haven't paid housing levy. And now they are going to occupy those houses. And then you were told that the bulk of what was collected from you is that literally not building houses. The bulk of what was collected from you, this government published on our newspapers, and I invite Kenyans to go and Google, that money was invested in treasury bills. So these houses that were completed, it was a natural process. It was an ongoing construction. Resources had been allocated. They were completed because they had been started. And when the previous administration left, they were about 70% complete. So that is a process that went on that people have come to benefit from. And of course, the internet is also full of videos. You people saw what happened to the crowd before they got there. Munajua, to just go and look at those videos. There were some greetings that were happening and people were excited and happy. So it's a sad place to be as a country.
Oh my goodness. And this is unfortunate because when we see those things and then it comes to light, I keep asking myself the question that, and I think that sometimes in asking the question that maybe an answer will come through. Why is it so difficult to get things done in the manner in which they ought to without, mismanaging, misappropriating half of what is actually supposed to go to these things? And I think that and people sometimes ask me that, why do you get so upset? And my answer to that is, why don't you?
I think it's...
Why are you not upset that the country's children, look at it today, and I keep using education as an example, because that sector will give you a blueprint into the issues that is faced within that sector and the country at large. That you have at any one given time in any cadre 800,000 to 1 million children who are either supposed to pass through, sit an exam, or leave, go to the next. Whether you're looking at the end of primary school, 800,000 to 1 million. Whether you're looking at the end of high school, 1 million who will now be going into university. You leave Form 4 with almost 900,000 students, of which only a quarter of them are able to go to university, either because they didn't make the mark or because you don't have enough spots. Right? But let's look at the problems that face education today. They say we say it all the time, and I think it is necessary to say it all the time so that we can understand the reality and the gravity of the situation. You have children who are going to school. Let's not talk about ECD because that is vested in the counties. Let's go straight to national. That even those counties, sometimes they tell us that we've not received funds, so we cannot pay our ECD teachers, we cannot fund ECD because we don't have. It's 1,400 per child at that level. Now let's come to this place where we are saying that we are in term 2. The longest term of the year is 14 weeks, where we are currently. There's still 7,000 shillings that was to be paid for term 1 in terms of capitation. Remember, it's 50%, 30%, 20%. 7,000 shillings is left. Even after we had the CS telling us that it would be paid, we had Julius Ogamba telling us it would be paid, it would be sorted out, we still have it. Was not done. On the back of 64 billion shillings over the last 5 years that is still owed. Nobody asked where that money goes. It was budgeted for. Nobody asked, will there be compensation for that money paid forward? Nobody asks. I'm painting a picture, and if you're feeling uncomfortable, that is the way you ought to feel, because these are things that are actually happening today. 7,000 shillings, not last year. When did the term end? In April. 7,000 shillings owed. We are now going into the 4th week of term 2. In another 3 weeks, we will break for the half term. not one silver shilling, one, has been paid in capitation for this current term. Forget about the 7,000 that is owed per child
for the previous
term.
Yeah.
And then we want to say that things are going on okay and we shouldn't complain about matters that we see. The fundamental pillars of society in their millions are in school waiting for this thing to happen. Head teachers, deputy principals are saying, you know what, this is great, but we cannot touch the money that's supposed to be used for other things because we are waiting for government to send us money. So what are we going to do? We're going to send children home.
Allow me to explain something, and I have always wanted Kenyans to understand this. The way a Kenyan buys a mtumba shirt from toy market is more thorough than the way they vet the person they are going to make MP or MCA or governor or senator. The way a Kenyan buys a goat from the auction, mbuzi ya Christmas ama Easter, is more thorough than the way they vet a person who is going to become their elected leader. So you wake up in the morning, and when they are going to buy that mtumba shirt, they ask you, ini camera. They look for so many details. They spend a whole 10-15 minutes discussing before they buy that shirt. The cow, they'll check the leg, they'll check whether it has ever been injected. When they come to voting for a person who will take care of their billions, a birth certificate is enough. Someone who gave me 200 shillings is enough. And now I'm submitting to Kenyans. I beg you in the name of God, 2027 is coming. Let us do this election differently. Let us literally decide that we are going on a spree of asking who are we voting for, asking very hard questions about that person, because that is what will change this country. But coming to the education sector, you know, there has been this thing of people saying, you know, Fanya Mambo has been on TV for so long. What has it achieved? Allow me to say something about education, because we've touched that. In the month of January 2024, and there is no older clip, and if anybody has, I challenge them to bring it. I went to one media house and said, what is this thing we call bursary? MP akona bursary, MCA akona bursary, governor akona bursary, and I went ahead to
and there's a president's fund.
So well.
Yeah.
All the way to the president and GAF, and I said that what Kenya needs to do is to take all this, and I actually called it rubbish that we call bursary, amalgamate them into one fund, and then take that fund and distribute that money to schools. Guess what? One of our senators picked up that issue in the month of May 2024. And I thank God he raised it in Parliament, and people know him. And I thank you, Karongo Wadhangwa, for speaking up that issue and raising it word for word in Senate. And it would go on, and on the 23rd of August, 2023, the Speaker, Moses Wetangula, would stand in Parliament and say, we would like to have a committee to discuss and have a conversation about these bursaries. Guess what? It would emerge that Kenya spends 104 billion shillings on bursaries every year. However, Kenya allocates 17 billion to free primary education, and Kenya allocates 10 billion to free secondary education, basically the capitation to those two institutions. It follows, therefore, that Kenya spends 27 billion on school capitation, but spends 104 billion on bursaries every year. What we spend on bursaries would educate our children comfortably for 4 years without us paying a dime. I am glad that Junet Mohammed now has been given the responsibility to head a committee by Parliament to discuss the issue of bursaries and how we can remove that bursaries and put it directly as school fees for children. Should this come to fruition, you as truly Fanya Mambo will have impacted the life of every other Kenyan in this country, from Turkana to Northeastern to Nairobi to every other part of the country, because education can then become free. And Kenya can start saving in excess of 104 billion. What we are discussing, having headmasters discussing school capitation, should not be happening. By the way, if I told Kenyans, if you look at what it costs to just run HELB, forget about anything else, just to run HELB, to make it work, or the administrative cost is so high to dedicate very many children. Allow me to submit to you. I saw the other day members of parliament spending 5 million shillings in some constituencies to distribute 3 million. You know, tents, chairs, and pomp and everything. Did you know that how much money Kenya loses? When an MP tells you they've given 5,000 checks, and each check is for 3,000 shillings, for example.
Yes, it's usually around this.
So
Yeah.
5,000 checks, the check processing fee of a check anywhere is about 120 shillings. So I want us who've done maths to take 5,000 and multiply by 120 shillings. In that constituency, Kenya loses 600,000 to check processing fees. Because it's 5,000 times 120.
Yes.
We lose 600,000 shillings to check processing fee. I want you to multiply that by 290 constituencies.
Assuming that every member of parliament is taking 5,000 checks.
Of course, they give more. Some give more. So when you follow through, you realize that Kenya, on check processing fees alone, just to give those bursary, loses billions of shillings. And that's why we are saying we never made it a deliberate effort to elect common sense into office. And that is what is hurting this nation. We must stop saying that, kama ni MCA, birth certificate is enough. And we must start saying, wait a minute, this is a position of leadership. Let us look for the best that there possibly can be in this place. I have offered myself for a seat somewhere, and I'm not campaigning on national TV, but I'll tell you for sure. I keep telling our people, it's either you try this or you get what you're used to. And we have to do that in every other constituency and in every other ward. We must tell people, make it a very deliberate effort to make sure that you vote in for the best. Yeah.
It has to be the case. And I keep saying that we can do better. You don't get to your best without trying to do better at every turn.
Yes.
That's the only way you can get there. That's the only way that you can get to the point whereby you're saying, we're implementing this is working. But I think we've been far too long in a place where the mediocre is accepted. And we have been privy to an at least society, whereby we say, well, at least people now from different parts of the country are being included in government. No, it shouldn't be the case that just because you want to include people in government, that any Tom, Dick and Harry can then get into the place. This is not what we're saying. That we can do better. That it takes a day and a day following after that for you to do better, to realize that you can slowly but surely get towards your best. I think we're not... the sadder thing for me is that we know what we are supposed to do. We have the resources to do it. And I really get tired of people saying that we don't have enough money, we don't have enough resources, and I don't think that's the case. I think we just have a penchant for doing wrong at every turn and every opportunity that we are given or granted. And it does start, it's leadership. Leadership. It doesn't matter where you are. Whether in the nuclear setting, it is leadership. Whether you're at the office, it is leadership. Whether you are at the highest echelons of government, it is leadership. You set the tone. If you don't do it right, you won't get it right.
Yes.
If you don't do it right, you will not get it right.
Yes.
You will have misappropriation. You will have mismanagement. You will have corruption at a grand scale. You will have coffers being empty. You will have debt for which you do not know what it did. You will bypass the law. You will override the law. You will break the law. You will do all of those things, and then you will be sat wondering what exactly happened. This is the situation in which we find ourselves. I keep telling you, the education sector gives you prime example of how we've gotten things wrong from the beginning, and we are not interested in working it out. If we were, we would. I really think that we don't want to. If we did, we would.
Yes.
We like this thing. We do. We enjoy it. We like this thing where we can look and lament and say, oh yeah, well, that's not working. Ha, ha, ha. We keep looking. We like it. We enjoy it, because if we didn't, we would change it.
And I'll tell you why leadership is important. Kenyans have been grappling with the idea of finance bill. And many of them keep saying that people like Fanya Mambo criticize they don't provide solutions. I was telling Kenyans the other day, if you go and Google about a country like Malaysia, they have something they called the glowworm tourism. Now, in simple Kiswahili, glowworm, kwa wale wamegrow kwa mtaa, there's like a small mududu that lights up at night like this.
Yes.
In the dark, it lights like this. Do you know what those guys have done? They don't have Masai Mara. They don't have Mount Kenya. They don't have, we have too much as a country we don't know. They don't have the Masai culture, which you literally would be wowed at just coming to look at. They don't have the birds of Kakamega. They don't have that. What these guys have done, they've created a river and then they've decided, they've learned how to make sure that the glowworms are available. They've studied the pattern, they've studied what they need to do. So people are taken on a boat ride at night up the river. And then when they get to where those glowworms are, then the lights of the boats are switched off. For people to just see worms blinking at night like this. And that is their tourism. That is what is earning them so much money as a country. Kenyans have got too much. And that's why I was saying, one of the solutions that would save Kenya from this very expensive finance bill is to have a conversation around what can we do to start getting more tourists. I keep telling Kenya makes about 144 billion from tourism every year. We get about 2.5 million tourists visiting our country. Now, I'll take you to France, a country with a population of between 70 to 80 million people that gets 100 million tourists per year. What pains me is, what are people going to see in France? Oh my goodness. Something called the Eiffel Tower, a tower.
Yes.
A tower. A tower. Kenyans, a tower. And by the way, when people are going to see the Eiffel Tower, and I mean, of course, maybe the ocean and a few small things, and calling it a love country and Paris a place of love.
Yeah.
Kenyans have got so much to offer. If only we were to move our tourists from 2.5 million to a constant state of campaigning. Watu watoke kwa Land Cruiser. Let us make country a place where when people look at the country, they are not seeing a constant state of campaign. And just bring these people. If you moved our tourism from the current 2.5 million tourists to 10 million a year, which is a fifth of our population, other countries are getting more than double their population, like Spain, in terms of tourists. What would then happen is that Kenya would have so much money. We would raise half of our budget just from people coming here to see that which we have to offer. I tell people, we would have Boni Halwale just inviting some of them to just go and see bullfighting. It's an awesome thing. People don't understand what tourists are looking for. And so I keep saying that it goes back again to the issue of brains. What are the kind of people we are bringing into this place? And what are they bringing on the table?
What is their intention?
What is their intention? Many of them just want to come and grab. And I told people, I want to plead with anybody who is young. I want us to make a vow, a very solemn vow, that we are going to vote for 1,450 MCAs who are young and learned. And people ask me why. I tell them, health, for example, is devolved. If you come to the local dispensary there, that person there is a doctor, MCBH, a complete doctor. And that doctor falls under the jurisdiction of that MCA that you decided that birth certificate is enough. And so when budgets are being made at the county assembly, that MCA has got no appreciation as to why drugs are important and as to why doctors should be paid well and treated well and why we should have interns. Why would we take our own children to study for 7 years to become doctors and then put them at the mercy of the guy who dropped out at class 3? And that guy is making very serious decisions that have got a direct relationship to health. I tell people urban planning is such a critical degree. It takes such a long time in the university. And then you go to a county and you find now the MCA in charge of the committee of urban planning in that county. Ni mtu wa class, maybe Form 1. You will not be surprised to see approvals of buildings on top of what should have been public land or a sewer line and so on and so forth. I beseech Kenyans in the name of God, if there is one level of leadership that we must elect brains into, is the county assembly.
It's the county assembly.
And there's a time I hail Meru. There's a time almost every other person in Meru was a graduate. Some were even PhD holders. Hii ingine ya Hustler Nation, that time is when I think they lost it. But there was a time when even Meru was on the news. And I thank KTN. There are the people who actually aired that. And every other person in Meru was a very learned MCA, and we saw a huge transformation.
Yeah.
So I beseech Kenyans in the name of God to start realizing that it is important to elect the right people. Some people have gotten to know that a billion has 9 zeros when they're in the county assembly.
Yes.
Anaona 9, alafu anaona so many zeros. They're asking, why are there so many zeros following this 9?
Because it's not
if we remove 2, does it affect anything? Do I have to write all the 9? At certain levels of education, you interact with a billion and what it means and what it looks and the magnitude of it. Please stop sending people who have never written 2 million in a paper before to start writing it at the county assembly. it is wrong, because then they cannot oversight the governor. They cannot have a conversation about public funds without mutasema sisi tunajaribu kukataza wale watu wajasoma. That's not the point. The point is when they are writing that 2 billion, it is in writing. So lazima utafute mtu anajua kusoma na kuandika. The county assembly bills are in legal language. You need to see them. They are in such legal language that whether you like it or not, you must get common sense into those county assemblies. So I beseech us, all of us, let us make a conscious decision to say that we are putting the right people into positions of leadership.
Indeed. And I think we come back and make the connection between what happens if you don't and what you currently see. And I'll explain that when we come back. The Senator of the Republic of Kenya for the elected and representing the people of Kisii County, I don't know if he got lost in a time warp, but we can't seem to find him. He was supposed to be here to share some of these statements that he's made recently and give us a little bit of explainer into them. It would be great to find him, because then we can have that conversation. But in the event that we do not, guess what? The conversations must continue. And we're going to take a break at this point. Ndu and Fanya Mambo with you this morning, and we're looking at some of these issues. And we're saying, all right, fine. Why is it so difficult? Why can't we just seem to be able to make that break? People, the power is in your hands. How often do we actually exercise it and use it in the manner in which it ought to? At 22 minutes to 9, this conversation continues after this break.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only, or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service
The
or
weather
call
with Spice FM.
All right, taking a look at what's happening now, coming into Nairobi, and partly sunny conditions at 17. It is 16 and 17 and sunny. Then Elgin sunny at 17, and that's at 26 is sunny. It is 28 sunny conditions. Mostly cloudy at 20 in Kampala, where sunny at 26 in Dar es and we're looking into a partly sunny day that's at 25 and mostly cloudy.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. On your side.
Traffic.
All right, so where are we? There's still traffic coming off of Eastern Bypass, and that's and on the back. There's traffic coming all the way just beyond the very slow. You also know that the road is still a bit of a so that's going to take you through to by those traffic.
Brought to you by I&M Bank, empowering you to achieve your dreams and secure your future with our financial solutions across Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda, and Mauritius. I&M Bank, on your side.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 26:08. It's 20 minutes to the top of the hour, and we're looking at conversations Ndu and Fanya Mambo today, and we're asking ourselves the question, so how do you make the connection? So in development circles, we often say that it is difficult for us to see the impact or that development would have on a nation, or rather the impact that corruption has or mismanagement has, if you do not see the possibility of what development can actually do. That if you say 200 billion shillings has been stolen or it's missing or you can't see it, what can you actually do with that 200 billion that would then make it possible for people to see that there's actually some kind of development? It takes for you to see the possibility for you to realize that the situation in which you're in is just not on. It's just not on. And so folks said, tell us a place where education is happening and it's happening properly for us to understand. Well, okay. There are jurisdictions whereby, you see those yellow school buses that you talked about that were introduced by Matiang'i? Yes. That it doesn't matter where you are in the nation or what school you are in, that the education system has been so standardized that whether you're in the north, south, east or west of the country, everybody's going to the same school, doing the same things. There's none of this business where you're categorizing schools, etc., etc. Public school by government is the same thing. Bus picks you up. You don't have to go far because there is a school of that standard in every area and that you can all access it. That's what we're talking about. It's possible. It's been done on this earth by human beings who have the same body structure as you. Same thing. So why is it so difficult? It would appear as though the senator for Kisii County will not be able to make it today, but we will find him. Trust me, and Agola, I agree. We will definitely see how we'll censure him for that. But we'll definitely get in touch. Wakili Danson Omari, however, is having a conversation around what's happening with IEBC at 9 o'clock. But he's here and will join us in this conversation that we have today at this point. And Wakili, good morning.
Morning. How are you?
I am fine, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
You look perplexed. Why do you look perplexed?
No. I saw guys being paid 500 shillings to attend some function in Mukuru. I thought I'll be called. I'm complaining. I don't know whether my brother was one of the visitors.
It is 1,000. It's not 500.
Oh.
It is more.
I think I'll be going to court to seek for that money.
What are you talking about?
Honestly, I'm entitled as a citizen to be given.
500 shillings for what?
To attend a function. Here we don't get any fees to come here, but some occasions people are paid to attend. And the drama around here is that people want to appear that they are popular. But the reality on the ground is very different. But anyway, how are you? You're doing well?
I am all right. Oh my goodness, yes. I mean, I'm all right. And these are some of the things that we are looking at. I mean, we're going to look at the rule of law and in terms of what that does in about 15 minutes or so. So we're glad that you were able to join us in this conversation at this point. But before you came, we're looking at a number of issues around what makes it so difficult for us to detach ourselves from a situation whereby it is obvious that things are going wrong. And it is obvious that if you continue in this, you are likely to just hurtle towards the wall where you will crash. Why can't we detach from poor leadership? Why can't we detach from mismanagement? Why can't we detach from lack of accountability? Why can we not detach from all of these things? Interest, personal expediency when it comes to leadership. Why is it so difficult? Why do we keep wanting to vote in that one person who is, if anything, destroying things over and over again?
I think that question is valid because voter, last time I was here, I explained that a voter is not a human being. A voter is a voter. They vote based on principles. They vote based on ethnicity. They vote based on that 1,000 shillings or 500 shillings. They vote outside what really they ought to vote for. And in the manifestos, very many things are promised that are going to be done. Voters are gullible. And these voters are gullible in the sense that some of them are shepherded into a political party where they believe that mtu wetu akiwa pale tutakula. Voters are gullible in the sense that lack of proper information of what mandate a government is supposed to do is not available. Voters are gullible because civic education, other than SpiceFM, Spice doing it, many media stations don't have time for civic education. So that ignorance of what a vote means is the reason as to why detachment from the people who, from day one, look that they are not having any interest to the nation, get elected. But I think 2027 is going to be very, very different because the type of civic education, the type of resettlement, the type of awareness Kenyans have now is that they now believe that the vote will count. Remember, it has never been very clear whether the vote of a Kenyan counts. People have always said that even if I vote, we know who the winner is, a rigging aspect. So I think in 2027, the debate now is, it shall matter that one vote of Dan Sanomari will count. And that is the message that Kenyans need to understand, that it will not be business as usual. The detachment was because, after all, what do you do?
Yeah. How do you know your vote counts, though? How do you know that you line up on that day, you go, you cast your ballot? How do you know that it actually counts?
It is our duty under Article 3 of the Constitution to defend the Constitution of the country. It is not only the government or the president that is mandated to defend the Constitution of this country. A vote is a constitutional document. An election is a constitutional process. And therefore, under Article 3, supplemented with Article 1 that says, we the people are sovereign. That is why people are saying now, we shall take care of the vote at the polling station. In the Maina case that decided that the vote at the polling station for the presidential election is final. So Kenyans this time will be at the polling station. It's not at Bomas. The polling station is where the elections of the president ends. And therefore, it is now incumbent upon Kenyans to take care that one polling station that you have voted for, to ensure that those votes are counted, they are pinned on, the results are announced, and they are pinned on the door of that polling booth. In my own view, I think 2027 is going to be a dramatic overhaul of what status quo has been to what Kenyans have been long. You know, look at, it has even spilled to our neighboring country, Tanzania. Kenyans are becoming the pace setters in terms of defending democracy. And I also want to be associated that I strongly believe that the rule of law, the rule of democracy must be planted in every sector in this country for us to have meaningful development and a country that we can be proud of.
It's often said that keeping a people wrapped around bread and butter issues will make sure that they are not involved in citizen-centered governance. That if somebody is worrying about what they are going to eat on a daily basis, Wakili, the chances of me then being involved beyond a vote on that day about what happens is very low. And unfortunately, the majority of people are in that. How do we call on people who are dealing with these bread and butter issues? What will we eat today? How will we send our children to school? How will we pay the school fees that is owed? How will I pay my bank loan? How do we say all of those things are competing for attention, but then we need to be involved in governance as well?
You see that the politics of the retired late president of the Republic of Kenya, Moi, was based on butter and bread. Hoodwing people, bring water, bring food for them, bring yellow maize for them. At one time, Kenyans reached a point and asked that question, for how long are we going to do this thing? The same politics are now being played at this government, where it is about pay people to attend rallies, pay people to cheer you, pay people to appear that you are there. But the fundamental question is, the bills are to be paid on an hourly basis. You pay a bill for water, you buy lunch, You buy food, you take kids to school, you take them to the hospital, you need your clothing, you need airtime, you need transport. This question of bills will bring a serious revolution in the mind of a Kenyan. Because originally the bills were so few because government was working. Now when government does not work and you are supposed to pay, the very many people who have not been voting are feeling the pinch because every minute a text message, send me money, a WhatsApp message, your mother is unwell. Now the multitude that have never voted, this is the first time that we are going to see a voter turnout and a voter registration out of the annoyance. Everybody has been hit. That time, a few were hit by the economy. Now the economy has hit everybody. And that will be the clarion call to push Kenyans out of their cocoons, out of their bedrooms, out of their offices to register for votes. Let them register and vote. So I don't think 2022 will be replicated in 2027. The question in 2027 is accountability. Because people have been snatched money by the term called tax. Now they are asking, in 2027, account for this money taken from us. Previously, under Moi, under Uhuru, under Kibaki, there was less money being taken from people's pockets by KRA. Today, everybody feels the heat because the money is being taken left and right. There cannot be seen what that money is doing for. And that question of accountability is what brought the Gen Z to the streets. And that story, anybody who thinks that that story that brought the Gen Z to the streets has died is misguided. It is burning. The flames are getting more hotter and more firewood is being put by the blatant usage, that extravagant usage, that lifestyle of the people we have entrusted to use our money, the way they are living, the lagis that you are seeing, the type of shirts these people are wearing, the type of shoes these guys are wearing, the types of wristwatches they are putting on. It is an incitement in itself. I saw they want to charge a young member of parliament for incitement, that is Salasia, and I laughed. I said, the conduct of our leaders is what is inciting Kenyans to do what they are doing. It is because people are fed up.
And let me ask you, maybe to couple it up with that. No, I'm used to being on that side. So yes. It's very interesting to be on
this side. It's good, it's good.
What is the alternative? And this is a question that is very deep. What is the alternative to the 500 shillings? And this I'm asking is, let's say Danstan Omari was vying for a seat somewhere. And you're in one place telling people these wonderful ideals that I believe is what the country needs. And then your opponent there, usually they come in untucked shirts, very uncouth, they are not as learned as you are, and they're giving 500 shillings. And what happens is everybody leaves your meeting and goes to the meeting where 500 shillings is being given. We are yet to find something that becomes the alternative to this 500, because it has become the almighty, the all-powerful 500 shillings. We have seen it yesterday or so. Let me not say yesterday, but we've been seeing it being given somewhere, and people are being told to claim that they are beneficiaries of something that is coming from the state. Yet we know they've been paid to say they are beneficiaries, and they are not. And I dare say that because we saw someone telling us that the abductees have been released. We are yet to see a home celebrating that their son is back. And we are yet to see an abductor who has been arrested, because if the abductees have been released, then the abductors are known.
Yep.
So as you tell us about what is the alternative to the 500? And yeah.
Well, one thing I must confirm is that if I'm contesting, let me confirm that I'll be contesting for the Nairobi senatorial seat as a senator for Nairobi. I will be in the ballot.
2027?
2027.
Okay.
I will be in the ballot. I will sell my manifesto that time. And my manifesto is almost what I'm going to tell you here. The people you have seen being given handouts in a constituency, the people who are given in a constituency of 100,000 people, the people who are given the handouts cannot be more than 2,000 people. because it's the same crowd that goes round all over. They are employed. That is a form of employment for them to go round. The crowd you saw at Mukuru, the crowd you saw elsewhere, is the same crowd. Nairobi has more than 2 million votes. The people who are given handouts cannot be more than 500 or 5,000 people. These other critical mass, people in offices, people in serious economies, have never been given any coin. If you see the campaigns, for example, in Nairobi, who has ever gone to campaign in Lavington? Who has ever gone to campaign in Karen? Who has ever gone to campaign around here? People go to campaign in a slum where the masses and the votes in that polling station cannot be more than 2,000. So the message now is those who have never voted, and the last election, Raila got around 6 point something
million, yes.
So in total, there were 14 million voters.
8 million did not vote.
More than half did not vote. More than another 3/4 did not register. Because when you look at the KBS, the standards, the Kenya Bureau of Statistics, you'll understand that the people above 18 years who are supposed to have a vote constitute more than 40 million people. These people are now, this time, in my own perspective, 37 million people are likely to be registered. All these people, 3/4 will be new people who have been leaving these guys who have been given handouts to elect leaders for them. The people who are being given handouts have no income and they are not taxed. The people now who are taxed are coming to vote to defend their money, to defend their payroll. And that is why 2027 is a completely game changer. Those guys masquerading, carrying some money they have looted, dishing them out, let them carry that money and go and dish that money at Kilimani. Nobody will be there. Let them carry that money to go and dish that money at Buruburu. Nobody will be there. The people now who are coming to vote, some have never voted. And that is why I'm saying 2027 is completely different. Let us not look at the politicians who think 2027 will be like 2022. In my perspective, the only way we can change this country is to use more spice, tell people that there is hope, register, and this is your country. Trump has made it impossible. We can never go to the US. We can't go any other country. We must remain here.
We can't also go to
Tanzania now, which was a safe haven. Shortly, very many of our people who have been doing business there will not be coming this side. Rwanda, a similar approach happened the other day. There is a cold reception. In Uganda, where we thought we would go, now is an Southern Sudan and all these countries.
Spice up your life.
Which is putting Kenyans that you really have got to be here. You really have got to fight for this country. Although the president of Tanzania calls it kuharibu, to us, it is development. Democracy is being rooted in this country. When you see the Standard every other day, the bold newspaper puts it as it is. That is the boldness Kenyans are looking for. That is the type of journalism Kenyans are looking for. Incisive, very, very, very critical, and waking up Kenyans to the reality that it is our country. It can't be anybody's country. We can't run away from it. We have a duty to defend this country. And the only way to defend it is a vote.
Wakili Danstan Omari is here with us. You can hear him, and we're going to take a break at this top of the hour, listen to the news, and we come back and we talk IBC after this. It's 9:01.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. One person has died on the spot while others were injured following a road accident that occurred at Kadekakai area on the Machakos Town exit road towards Kiumbi Junction. According to police reports, the accident involved a truck, a minibus and other private vehicles. Police say the truck's brakes may have failed and caused the two vehicles to collide head-on. The body of the deceased has been transferred to Machakos morgue, while the rest who are injured are receiving treatment at the Machakos Level 5 hospital. Nat Kilifi branch has accused the national government of a delayed disbursement of funds. Branch Secretary Jonathan Kenga said the situation has hampered the performance of teachers as well as affected school activities. Kenga also indicated that the situation has been worsened by the NEMIS system.
Fedha zinachelewa sana na hata utendaji kazi wa zile shule kupitia kwa walimu wakuu inakuwa ngumu sana. Kuna mambo mengi ambayo ni yatimizwe na hitaji fedha, lakini bila fedha inakuwa sasa hakuna chochote kinaweza kiendelea. Na licha ya kwamba inachelewa pia haitoshi. Kuna data ambao wanajaza walimu wakuu inaitwa NEMIS. NEMIS huwa wanajaza enrollment ya kila shule. Lakini kitu cha ajabu ni kwamba ile data inayotumwa kwa serikali sio ile inakuwa reflected kule. Kuonyesha kwamba hata ile capitation ambayo iko pachali iko chini.
Kenga further urged the government to consider assigning the education leadership to experienced individuals, even as TSC CEO Nancy Macharia is set to resign.
Tungeomba wakati tunapopata yule mwingine atoke katika upande wa elimu. Hata ikiwezekana pia katika hizi teacher unions, kuna KUPPET, kuna NAT, kama angetoka anayestahili ama ambaye anamiti zile qualification kutoka kwa hizi unions mbili, ingekuwa vizuri sana kwa sababu the unions wanajua kabisa mahitaji na shida za walimu na elimu katika mashina.
President William Ruto will today hold a meeting at a State House in Nairobi with Ukambani leaders. The Wiper Party leadership, led by Kalonzo Musyoka, has allowed its members to attend the meeting but stay focused.
Mimi nashangaa kwamba nataka kukutana na nyenye magavana na viongozi wengine. Ni sawa, ni rais. Kutaneni na yeye. But don't compromise the trust the people of this region have given to you.
This meeting comes days after the president postponed two previous meetings with leaders in the area, intending to discuss a 3-day development tour early next month. Reportedly kidnapped activist Boniface Mwangi and Ugandan journalist Agatha Atuhaire have been released from police custody in Tanzania following their arrest during a raid on foreign activists. The two are among the foreign nationals who travelled to Tanzania to monitor the case against the country's opposition leader Tundu Lissu. Led by Haki Africa and Muhuri, the activists have called on the national government to intervene to ensure the release of the two, failure to which Kenya's ambassador to Tanzania, Isaac Njenga, must be returned to the country or resign. The activists have strongly condemned the statement by government spokesperson Isaac Mwaura, which indicated support for the arrest of the activists who were temporarily detained and then forcibly returned to the country, that the Tanzanian state was free to make any decisions regarding the activists.
Tunataka Boniface Mwangi na Agatha waachiliwe without condition. Hataki condition, manake hawajakosa kitu yote. Hii yote ni udhalimu wa hali ya juu. Tanzania inajulikana kwa sifa nzuri enzi zile, kukiwa na apartheid, kukiwa na issue South Africa. Wajulikana sana kukaribisha watu na vitu kama hizo. Lakini leo udikteta umeingia, Mama Suluhu amejisahau, azingatii haki za kibinadamu. Na sisi kama watetezi wa haki za kibinadamu, ikivunjwa right yoyote popote pale, iwe ni Vietnam, iwe ni India, iwe ni wapi, sisi ni sawa na kuvunja haki hapa Kenya. Tunasema tutaenda Tanzania kufata wenzetu, tutaenda kuangalia kesi ya yule Tundu Lissu na tutafatizia vilivyo.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank, on your side.
Traffic.
Taking a look at what's happening with traffic as reduced on the Thika Superhighway and some people were severe and now moving towards we're also seeing some traffic still although competitive towards Green Valley, but nothing crazy. And metro is still being crossing over with traffic coming towards Rhino Takeaway, and then that intersects with traffic from Mambo. And on Mombasa Road, as we pass that south to exit, around Okoh Road, traffic then goes all the way then towards the gas station roundabout. That looks pretty busy right about now. But now for the in and outbound traffic, we're close to the bypass crossing. Still, we're going to keep an eye on things. Still, everything was spicy.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank, empowering you to achieve your dreams and secure your future with our financial solutions across Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda, and Mauritius. I&M Bank, on your side.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Kenya's biggest conversation this Wednesday morning, and we're going to start looking into IEBC issues and exactly what is going on and what the law says. Our guest is already seated. He is coming through on a previous conversation, and we're doing that in just a short while. But I want you to take a moment to imagine that through everything that you need to do when it comes to business to empower and support your tools, that you have a trusted ally by your side. Imagine that. That's the promise that I&M Bank gives to you, and it's saying it can turn your aspirations into reality. It could be a new business venture, it could be your child's education, it could be securing your future. Whatever it is, I&M Bank is here for you. So flexible financial solutions to personalized guidance. I&M is saying we are on your side, championing your progress and celebrating your successes. So don't just bank. Build your future with a partner who actually believes in you. Experience the power of on your side banking and find out more at any I&M Bank branch close to you. And remember all the time that I&M Bank is on your side. Wakili Dan Sonomari has said, you know what? You have an opportunity when it comes to the next election to do something. That so long as you've been granted the opportunity, you can do it. But there seems to be certain cogs in the wheel every now and then that seem to slow us down. And those are some of the things that we're going to be looking into. Before that, I want to share today's proverb with you, Wakili, and we'd like to get your interpretation of the same. We're in Mozambique this week. CT would normally share that proverb with you, but he'll be back next week. But in the meantime, allow me to do that, right? The Mozambicans say that the leech that does not let go, even when it is full, will die on dry land. The leech that does not let go, even when it is full, will die on dry land.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Know when it's time to quit. Don't stick till you become irrelevant. Don't force yourself on people when they are fed with you. Just know there's an expiry date on every product on the shelves of a supermarket. Once that reaches, just quit. You turn into poison. You turn into a toxic thing nobody wants to see. Indeed. And you will be dead on a dry land where there's no tree to even give you a shade
to latch
over your... Thank you.
Let's go, because here we are. And right after the new year, we started hearing rumblings, okay? We were waiting IEBC since 2022. No constitutionally put together IEBC was in place. We had, after the election, Chirera 4 out. That meant that you had just a few left. And then the term of the chairperson came to an end. So he was done, and may his soul rest in peace. I'm not saying done from the job, and then unfortunately, health issues. And then we saw other commissioners who then their term expired. So essentially, for all intents and purposes, the commissioners who were needed to ensure the running of the IEBC then didn't exist. And then there were calls, they were push and pull, come on, because it was then that it needed to happen, that a new IEBC needed to be in place. And there needed to be a committee that was then constituted to say, all right, we are going to start calling for applications. We are going to start calling and start doing vetting for these individuals. Now, even at that point, we started having problems that even the committee that was supposed to now start nominating had kasoro. And people were saying, okay, so what are we going to do about this? Because it's already partisan. So even those people that they will select will have a problem. We said, okay, no, everything is okay. We moved. Then they made the selection. And the names were presented to the president. And waiting for the president to now say yes. And then from there, they would go back to Parliament, and Parliament would say, because the president had said yes, we say yes. But then somebody went to court and said, hang on a minute. These 9 names that you guys have given, a number of them have issues. And the court said, voila, you are correct. There could be issues here. So until such a time as when it is deemed that either these individuals have been cleared or 1 or 2 of them must be removed on that basis, for now, what is it? Vetting of those individuals is halted. What? What does that mean exactly?
Well, Kenyans...
Bearing in mind, sorry, Wakili, that we were told that by the end of May, there would be an IEBC in place. Meanwhile, the court is already being told that the general election for 2027 will be at stake. Why? Because the redrawing of electoral boundaries needs to happen with an IEBC in place. And now we don't have any of those things. Civic education, which is supposed to be ongoing, voter registration is supposed to be ongoing, which could happen without these individuals. But for all intents and purposes, this process that was going to lurch us into the next phase has been halted. Please.
Very, very, very fundamental to this question is that Kenyans need to understand the meaning and import of IEBC. Governments, that is the executive, headed by the president and his cabinet, the legislature, headed by the speakers and the members of parliament, both in Senate and National Assembly, come into office through a political process called a general election. This general election, Kenyans spoke loudly in on 27th of August 2020, Kibaki when he promulgated 2010, that the IEBC is an independent commission. The process of recruitment of the IEBC was spelled in the constitution. A select committee to be appointed. Then the select committee advertises for people who are qualified to be shortlisted and interviewed. Names are presented to the president. The president then approves the names, then sends those names to parliament for vetting. And once they are vetted, they are sworn in and they become commissioners. In all this process, constitutional safeguards were put in place to ensure there is no abuse of office or there is no interference with this process to bring in people who are cronies or people who are not fit to sit in the office because of the sensitive nature of the mandate of the IEBC. 4 commissioners were ejected in a manner that was very, very dramatic, in a manner that completely bordered on illegalities. I remember I defended them at Justice Mchelule's commission.
You refer to the Cherera 4?
Yes, I appeared and defended them. But the state had no ears. The state had only eyes. They saw, they never listened to us. They kicked them out. The 3 remaining commissioners were supposed to retire. They were allowed to serve and retire as per their term. The president, in his wisdom, did not institute processes to start recruitment of another IEBC commission. This being either 1, he didn't know that that was his mandate, because if he knew, he could have started that. 2, the advisors, remember, this is the executive that has the largest number of advisors in this country. The advisors misadvised the president, or if they advised, the president ignored their advice. There was no steps to institute the process of putting in place the IBC. When at last politics or Mandamano came in, an animal called NADOC, an informal thing of a discussion was initiated, and NADCO was born. In that, political interests were factored in, not national interests. It went to the shelf. When the handshake has come, the Baba and William Ruto's handshake, now we have a semblance of a select committee that was challenged in court. The select committee was not inclusive. The select committee was more tilted towards a particular achievement. That may be as it is. The select committee did the most interesting thing that has never been done in the whole world. Advert is done, people apply. Shortlisting is done. The most prestigious newspaper called the Standard carried the name of the applicants and those shortlisted. All of a sudden, from nowhere, from the bush, new people are brought that these are also appearing for the interview. Then Kenyans are saying, you didn't apply. The timelines were set. How did you come to be in this list? The wrangles proceeded.
These were things that actually happened. There was a list that was published.
Yes.
But then suddenly, when the interviews are going on, then there's some 6 people who now are found on the list.
The final list of the people names who have been presented to the president, these masqueraders are in this list. They were not there. So Kenyans have gone to court and asked, are we going to do things at the whims of somebody, or are we going to run this country arbitrarily without the constitutional safeguard? The judiciary has said, okay, hold on. Don't tell us about timelines. You knew about these timelines. Don't use the question of timelines to do illegalities. The courts have refused. And they have put a halt.
Actually, Wakili, you may also want to tell us, because we would love to understand as Kenyans, what goes on in the mind of a person who presents themselves before that selection committee, knowing very well that there is Article 88 of our Constitution that spells out who qualifies to be an IBC commissioner. And they go there knowing that I am a public servant. I am sitting as the CEO of the political parties. Another one knows that they vied in the previous 5 years. They were on the ballot and they offer themselves. Shouldn't we have punishment for people of that kind? You wake up knowing very well that first and foremost, you are not qualified. So you waste taxpayers' money going before that committee. And you sit there and you go through an interview. And then the committee, even these members of this committee who forwarded the names, what was going on in their brains? Because you have read Article 88 of the Constitution, and in its plain, simple English, is saying that if you had vied in the last election, you're not qualified, and if you're a public servant, you're not qualified. This is not a public servant who we are guessing. They hold a state office that is known, that is so peculiar, that has so interacted with Kenyans, and they are offering themselves for that interview. Wakili, how do we deal with Kenyans of that kind?
Retired Chief Justice Emeritus David Maraga put this in a language that is very interesting. A regime that says utadu. Utadu. I'm a public servant. I've been instructed to put my papers in because I'm assured I'll be a commissioner. The process has gone up to now. It is the court that has stopped them. So the question that needs to be answered in question, the people we have hired in that select committee, these people are paid by us. These people took an oath to defend the Constitution. These are the people who should be surcharged and should be arrested for abuse of office. I saw my good friend Natebeya being arrested and charged for abuse of office, who has abused the office more than the select committee. Nobody will arrest them because the arrester and the one who appointed is one and the same thing. And that is why this country needs really to rethink and re-engineer ourselves. Are we going to have somebody taking our resources and bringing strangers? Let me tell you, that IBC selection committee, they could have brought Rwandese, they could have brought Somalis, they could have brought Ethiopians, they could have brought Americans and forwarded them as candidates.
Why do you say that, Rakili?
I saw it during the time 2022 when principal secretaries, the position was advertised. And the cabinet ministers, the principal secretaries. Another list came from nowhere. There was a first list, an advertisement was done, of 530 something people advertised. Another list again came of another 200. The list that made to be the principal secretaries is the second list. So this is a tradition and this is a norm that we are seeing developing in this country. Do we need to advertise for a job?
If you know the outcome.
If the outcome is already known, if you look at the people who applied for the IBC commissioners, that is not the best of the country. Because the best of the country have now said, you don't bother. Already the people, the position you are applying for, the people already are being inducted at the IBC. They are already working. They are waiting to go through the conveyor belt for them to be sworn in. And that is the mystery that this country is facing.
For purposes of clarity, Wakili, what you're essentially saying here is that from the very beginning, it was known who the individuals would be who would sit, number one, even on the select committee.
Yes.
Number two, then those individuals who would be selected to be commissioners, who would be selected to be chairperson and deputy and CEO. That was known from the beginning. So we were fed towards a waste of resources, waste of time, waste of everything for the last 1.5 months. Is that what you're saying?
That is what I'm saying. From the inception of the select committee to the names to be shortlisted, to the names to be appointed, to the conveyor belt called parliament, where anybody can be taken to parliament, and the members of parliament only have eyes, they don't have ears, they pass. It's a conveyor belt, and somebody is sworn in, and you ask yourself, why don't we just allow the executive to handpick and swear these people in? The charade that we have faced is a charade of musical chairs. It makes no sense to apply for a job anymore in this country. The people are already in office before the advert is done. They are working. The only thing remaining is the normal procedures to appear to be that the rule of law and due process has been followed. And that is what we are saying. Is it now a replica that 2027, therefore, if these guys have been appointed through this flawed process, 2027, already they know who will be the president, who will be the deputy president, who will be the member of parliament, who will be the senator for Nairobi. This country needs to be very serious on how we make the law to be perfectly done and be seen to be done.
I think Gen Zs have made a decision, and actually they're engaging and they're saying, and one of the things they decided is that on the voting day, forget IBC, on the voting day, every Kenyan will be an IBC official.
True.
And what they said, because the law is very clear, that what has been cast in this classroom, the results are supposed to be pinned at the door.
It's final.
So what Kenyans have decided, and I love Gen Zs for this and I encourage them to continue in that direction, is that they want to take a photo of what, if it's Olympic primary school, class number 7A, these are the results. They will post it on all social media platforms so that those people who have been doing funny acrobatics at Bomas of Kenya will have no place to hide. Because the minute you announce, they tell you, wait a minute, we were in Olympic primary school or we were in Jamhuri primary school. And for that particular classroom, Those were not the results. The results we have already shared everywhere. So Kenyans have decided to take vigilance to another level. So even as they elect IEBC, I think they need to realize that Kenyans have also decided to become an IEBC of some sort. And Kenyans have decided that they are also going to bring accountability mechanisms to another level. And so it will be very difficult for them to do this. And I like the challenge that the government was given. They were told, hey, look here, you can literally actually get all your brothers and sisters and put them there. But the votes in the manner and style in which they will be cast will be so many for the candidates they want or against the candidates they don't want. Now you have your own brother or sister telling you, ulini appoint me ni wenyu, but things are very different here. It's so hot, we can't steal. So, Danstan Wakili, tell us now, this matter goes to court. Do you think there was, don't you think it was deliberate on the part of the state to make sure that some of these people literally do not qualify so that we do not have an IBC?
There is the conspiracy theory that the sitting government has become completely paranoid in terms of the fear of the electorate. And they might not be wanting to meet the electorate on the year 2027. But the questions that are there, in the event that there is no election, what happens? The Constitution of Kenya envisages an executive lasting not more than 5 years. The only time the Constitution envisages is during the pendency of an election petition, the presidential petition, and the power must be handed over in a civil manner. This country cannot be run through an unconstitutional process. Governments in Kenya are created through a constitutional mean. That is the Constitution speaking. Nobody can form government outside the constitution of this country. So anybody dreaming that they can extend their life, anybody dreaming that there cannot be an election, those are wishes that will not see the day of the end of the day. Elections will be done, and the winner will be announced as per Maina decision of the Supreme Court. At the polling, that strip, actually not a polling station, the strip in a polling, I vote at Nyamira Primary School. There are around 20 polling booths.
Yes.
That one where I vote, the results of the president there is final. You don't need to compare to the next
stream.
To the next stream. And the Kenyans are now saying every Kenyan now is buying a smartphone. The question about formal news being coming from bombers of Kenya will not be an S. Remember, remember the first time Baba contested, there was an attempt to set up a tallying center that was independent of IEBC. The state attacked it and destroyed it. Last time, there was almost a similar tallying center. For example, UDA had their own tallying center. Kenya Kwanza had their own tallying center, while IBC had their tallying center. And the president has come out very clearly that they knew they have won the results before IBC announced the results. So what is going to happen in 2027? The technological development is going to be the insurance that if you don't carry people to go to vote, you've lost.
Indeed. We're looking into then the intrigues around the IEBC. I mean, just looking at things that have happened up until this point. So now that this case is before court, in terms of the petition that was brought by two private citizens, what happens next? And that's what we'd like us to go into as we continue with this going forward. Wakili Danstan Omari is in the studio with us today, and we're looking at, okay, the team essentially that decides or that oversees an election right now is in limbo. Electoral boundaries are supposed to be redrawn. That should have happened already, and they're already telling us that without an IEBC in place, we might have a space whereby the general election 2027 is at stake. Is it? According to the law? We'll come back and look at that. Good morning. It's 9:30.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
All Tonight at 19 degrees, partly sunny in Nairobi, and it's sunny at 18 in Nakuru with 19 and sunny in Nyeri, sunny at 18 in Eldoret, and at 28 in Mombasa is sunny. With sunny conditions at 29 in Nairobi. 23 and sunny into Kisumu, while Kakamega at 23 is sunny. Kampala is sunny at 22, and the sun is up at 27 in Dar es Salaam. Sunny and windy with temperature dropping to 7, while in Mogadishu at 29 is sunny and sunny at 20 in Addis Ababa. Mostly cloudy 25 in Lagos with partly sunny conditions at 23 in Kinshasa. Beijing is sunny at 29 and Paris at 14 is cloudy, while it's still raining in London at 14. It's cloudy.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. On your side.
Traffic.
All right, so what are we looking at? The traffic continuing in the city this morning. It is actually getting better in terms of that not much happening wherever it is that you go today. Just a little bit of that left coming off of the Thika Super Highway, and also some traffic then outgoing in and outbound. The Southern Bypass has a schedule of traffic, and that is inbound. What's going on here? As we then update the interchange coming in from that side of the area. Something to look into. We'll keep an eye on all of this. Talk to a SpiceFM on X. And let's see.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank, empowering you to achieve your dreams and secure your future with our financial solutions across Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda, and Mauritius. I&M Bank, on your
Mature,
side.
intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
We'll continue with these conversations with Wakili Dancer Mari. So now, Wakili.
Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Where certain individuals who then have been passed essentially, and then names given to the president who would then send them back to parliament, they've said, you know, there's something wrong here, and the High Court has said, well, let's halt this. What does this portend moving forward?
The quorum of the IBC is the question about quorum went to the courts, and court said the IBC has a quorum when there are 3 commissioners in place. The judge is aware of the impending delimitation of boundaries. The judge is likely, I'm not discussing what the judge will do, but as a legal practitioner and a constitutional lawyer, the judge is likely to vet, to look at the names in terms of those who have no problems. If he'll find 3 names that have no problems, they'll be cleared to go to vetting, and they will be appointed as IBC commissioners. Then the work of the IBC will proceed. The others that will be found to have infiltrated the list and they have issues, the judge will recommend they will not be vetted. That is the Solomonic decision to save the country from completely putting the country into a standstill. But that is the judge's decision. I'll not interfere, neither will I influence the judge. But for the benefit of the public interest, that will be the best way to deal with it. If the commission chair is found to be wanting, still the commissioners who will go there will nominate a chair.
From amongst themselves?
From those ones who have no issues. They will run the IBC until the chair comes. Why do I say this? Because the chair of the IBC, there is always somebody, they sit and nominate who will be his deputy. And he does that administrative role. So that is likely to be the solution. But in essence, we are learning one thing. A country cannot be held at ransom because of the question of necessity. That you either take this water, because anyway, you are going to die. You better take it, but it has poison. The country and the judges are very clear. They will dispense justice without fear or favor, telling them this is an issue. I saw the same question over the BBI question. The same argument of necessity, the same argument that the country is collapsing. The judges stood firm and said the country must be governed by the rule of law. So the way forward, in my own view, Kenyans should not worry. The judges don't live in heaven during the night and come down on earth to sit in their courts during the day. They live with us. They know what is there. The judges are aware what happened in 2007. They were adults in that time. They saw how the post-election violence reared its ugly face. The judges are seeing how the political temperature has risen very heavily immediately after the 2022 election, and the need for certainty to be there so that Kenyans can do their businesses as they are. But the judges have a duty not to ignore the law, not to give the people who want to break the law a leeway to do that.
Wakili, what's your take on the delimitation of boundaries? We know it is past due. We know that time has passed. It's an IBC responsibility. And now the IBC constitution is in limbo. Though, by the way, when there is need to impeach a deputy president, it appears IBC is duly constituted. But when there is need to delimitate boundaries, it becomes that the same IBC is not there. What is your take on this? Should we go into the 2027 elections without delimitation of boundaries, or should the delimitation of boundaries happen? And if it should happen, what happens because it is actually time barred?
I gave a roadmap long time ago, 2 years ago, that the Attorney General should advise the IBC Secretariat to move to the Supreme Court to get an advisory on the question of delimitation of boundaries. That opinion was later picked by the Attorney General who left, Justin Muturi. He wrote again to the IBC and told them, seek an opinion from the Supreme Court that this is the situation we are in. Give us a way forward. What is the basis of that advisory? In 2013, the Constitution came into force in 2010. The first election was to be conducted in 2013.
Yes.
It was supposed to be conducted in August. The government sought an opinion from the Supreme Court that schools are
in session.
The weather is hostile. They gave reasons. And the elections were pushed from August to December by the Supreme Court. It is not the first time that an election has been pushed by the Supreme Court. So the delimitation of boundaries, and that is why the people who have been heading the Secretariat should be investigated and be arrested for abuse of office and abdication of their mandate. By now, the limitation could have been done. I gave another opinion, which very few Kenyans agreed with me, that in all public offices, you don't vacate office without handing over to somebody. All public officers hand over their offices to somebody.
An incoming.
The Matiangis were left in office. The cabinet of Uhuru was left in office until Ruto's cabinet was approved. When there was a necessity for a cabinet meeting, the president called Uhuru's cabinet. He chaired it and they passed cabinet resolution to run the country. So my view then was that Chebukati and the two other commissioners, an advisory was to be sought from the Supreme Court that because we don't have who you are handing over, the Supreme Court allows them to be there as gatekeepers in the unlikely event of anything, they can conduct an election. My brother, let us look at this. Today, the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, dies. God forbid. After one day or after 1 hour, his deputy, my own lecturer, Professor Kindiki, dies.
Okay.
The next person to take power by constitution is a speaker for 60 days. A general election must be conducted. There is no IBC. What constitutional crisis is Kenya facing? Nobody imagines that can happen. It is a legal, a very serious abstract, but it can happen. Just so, the agency, when my client Gashawa was removed from office, it took only 3 hours for Kindiki to be sworn in. The argument was that in the event the president is incapacitated,
we need somebody,
or he dies, what happens? Yet at that time, the speaker was there. But the agency of that constitutional crisis made Professor Kindiki to be, Gazette notices came around 10 of them. Within 2 minutes, he was sworn in. The country is sitting on a very dangerous ground. This country is ours. I said, we are not going to Trump's country. This country is ours. That constitutional crisis. And that's why we are appealing that the court uses its wisdom, isolates 3 commissioners who have no issues. They be vetted and be sworn in. The remaining ones go to the
So there really is no merit in this case. What we are saying, that rather than the whole process come to a standstill because there are 3 that have a question mark behind them, that you can actually allow the other 4 who may not have an issue to then go ahead for the purposes of having an IEBC in place for all of these other things to go on.
The JSC Act that deals with judges is the only act that says only one name is sent to the president of the CJ, and the president just endorses. In the IBC Act, names are forwarded to the president. He decides who he will pick and forwards to Parliament. Therefore, there is a room for numbers. 2, the people who were left out, who had no issues, these ones will be removed. Those whose names were never taken to the president can be considered. Just like in Parliament, the list of nomination, if you are nominated, there's a list.
Yes.
They will check those ones who had done very well. But the names were only eliminated because of their ethnicity, because of their political inclination, because of them being very educated. The judges will say the list of the people, give us the list and the marks these people scored. These 3 forward to the president to nominate, to avoid another scenario of advertisement, interviews, and that. So the judge, I said, does not live, judges don't live in heaven, they live on earth. And they are hearing, and I'm sure the judges listen to SpiceFM. They are listening. The advisors from State House are listening. The country is listening. This is a very expensive legal advice I've given for free.
Okay, I think there's something, Wakili, that we would want you to tell us, because I've had people sentimentalizing the appointment of Professor Makau Mutua to be the presidential advisor on justice and actually on matters human rights, and we know him as a prolific lawyer. But how did it happen that we are paying 1 billion to advisors, and such names and such problems would still be announced from State House? What is Professor Makau Mutua doing? What are some of these advisors doing if names of people who literally are holding public office, names of people who have vied in the previous election would find him? And even what is the Attorney General doing? Because this is the principal advisor to the president. Why would they release such names and they have an Attorney General? Why would they release such names? Professor Makau Mutua, don't you think you owe Kenyans a refund? Because so far, the advice you've given legally is not helping the country.
My professor of law, a distinguished professor of law, the practice of law is quite difficult. There is the principle, the one instructing you. Like in this matter, my clients are my principal. I can advise them. This one will lead you to 10 years imprisonment. This one will take you to 5 years imprisonment. This one will acquit you. Then the person tells you, who told you I wanted to be acquitted? I want to go in for 10 years. So I take the advice of 10 years. The president has a battalion of advisors.
Yes.
It starts from those appointed, unknown to the public. It goes to those unknown, the NIS. The cabinet are presidential advisors. All media houses are advising their president. 55 million Kenyans are advising the president. It is the question of taking that advice. And the good argument is this: if you advise a client who is not ready to take that advice, you resign. You carry the burden. You carry the burden because you are being paid by us. You are not being paid by your principal. All the advisors of the president are employees of the citizens of the Republic
nation.
of Kenya.
Yes.
And therefore, they owe their duty to us. If they are advising the president and the president is not taking the advice, they resign. If they are misadvising the president and the president is doing things that he has been advised wrongly, they have a burden to clear their names and they will be surcharged for that miscarriage of providing advice. Lastly, are these people calling themselves, or who have been baptized the name of presidential advisors, do they have the capacity to advise? Advisory role is not how many degrees one has. Get it very clear. Advisory role in terms of advising a CEO, in terms of advising a president, is that you have a certain constituency you reach and you pick the information of that constituency, which must be a majority, to take to the president. So an advisory role is not how many books you have read and how many theses you have written. You must have a constituency. You must have ground to the ear. The president is a political creature. The executive is created out of politics. So what is the employer wanting? For example, when you look at affordable housing, the question you ask yourself, have you seen anybody who in 2022 who voted, did those people come from their houses? Everybody came from their houses. Who told you that the houses they came from, their homes, are unfit? They have not asked for a house. An advisor goes to the public and asks them, what do you want? Not you saying, I know what you want. This government, the problem it has, in my mother tongue, it is called somebody who knows so much. In the Kiswahili inaitwa sijui Dr. Kimenyi. He knows everything. Don't tell me, I know what you need. Right now you need ugali. At 2, I know you need chapati. But it is me who is eating. Kenyans are not fools. They know what they want.
Maybe, Wakili, there's something that people are commenting and saying. Yes. They are saying that the limitation of boundaries is going to bring them an extra. They call them MPs. It's going to bring them an extra
constituency.
Though, of course, we know the Constitution caps it at 290. I think it would be good for you to explain to Kenyans what the limitation of boundaries will do if in case it is done, and how that would benefit or how that would hurt the nation if it was done.
Delimitation of boundaries ni kugawa eneo za uwakilishi ili kuleta usawa katika uwakilishi wa watu. It is the way to distribute resources of the country. One, resources of the country is distributed by population factors. Some constituencies have more people
than others, yes.
Others have less people. So in delimitation, they are trying to say, here we want an even number, at least nearer. Not one constituency having 500,000 people, another one having 3,000. Number two, the distance. Schools are going to be allocated in terms of a walking distance for a child. Some areas are so big that a school here will only serve Omari's children. The next family, Omari's neighbor, is 10 kilometers away. So they have got to look for a way to cater for the children of the other community. Third is representation. CDF is allocated equally per constituency. So the resources are going to be allocated in terms of that issue. Fourth, the wards. In a constituency, there are wards. And within the wards, there are provincial administrative units called locations, where the chief is, sub-county, nowadays they are called sub-county units. They will be allocated in terms of how the administrative and political boundaries have been made. The way the police work, they go in terms of constituencies, in terms of sub-counties, and in some in those areas. So police stations, police posts will be allocated based on that. Recruitment to government services, recruitment to the police, recruitment to the National Youth Service, recruitment to administration police, GSU, recruitment of the teachers is based on those boundaries. So the more the boundaries are, the more government services is brought to the people. The judiciary must have in each county a court. Now the judiciary transformational policy, each sub-county is supposed to have a court around there. So the resources of government under devolution move from the central government to the community. That is why delimitation of boundaries is very, very careful. But what do the politicians do? The wards where they have opponents, they remove them and take them to the other constituency. And bring where they have married from, where their grandfather married from, they bring that ward into their area. The governors do that. They remove opposition, so it is more...
Can you actually just do that? It's also playing Monopoly here, that you can just actually move people from one ward to the next. Is that what happens?
That's what they want, because actually some of the things they are saying is, some constituencies are literally tribal constituencies.
Yes, they are.
Like, we are this tribe, and if you move the boundary, you'll mix this tribe and this tribe.
Yes.
And those are the considerations that Kenyans are having.
Or this is a clan.
Or this is a clan.
Remove the clan that is against us and return the clan that is for us. And that is why it is very explosive. Delimitation of boundaries is a very, very explosive issue. And why the Constitution says it must be done, but it has limited the number to 290. Because otherwise, we could be having a constituency of 2 people, where the member of parliament and his wife are the only voters. Then he's safe to be re-elected. The sitting members of parliament, the sitting legislators are looking for friendly delimitation to chase off opponents. The opponents are looking for delimitation in a manner that will jeopardize the sitting members to lose their seats. Okay. It is a political process.
All right.
And this issue is so glaring, and you have seen the comments. Kenyans don't trust this process because today I know some wards where in every delimitation they are moved to another area.
So you're under a different area the next time.
You are under a different area. The next delimitation you are under a different area. So there's no continuity. 2, clans have been cut. your mother's house is on this side, and you are here, the boundary passes here. You are in this ward, your mother is in this ward. It is so grey issue. Your grave of your parents will be on the other another ward. Your grave will be on the other ward. It is so sentimental, and it is a very explosive issue that needs to be done with a lot of transparency and justification.
One question that has come up very quite some this morning has been, and from a legal point of view, what would be the problem in having a former registrar of political parties as now a commissioner in the IEBC, according to the law? Why is there a grey area here?
The IEBC Act bars those who contested. For now, it might be a very bad law, but that is the law. It never expressly said that any former commissioner, like the Commission of Political Parties, cannot contest. But it's a moral question, and that is going to be decided by the courts. Is she conflicted by her being now an IEBC commissioner? All the dispute about political parties were before her. Is she knowing so much to the disadvantage of others? But that one, as I said, the law as it is, she has not committed any offense. She applied. There is no law that bars her from having gotten that. For example, you see the IEBC commissioner, former Isaac Hassan,
yes,
is now the IPOA commissioner. There is no law that stops you that once you have been in this position, you must retire and go home, die like that.
But actually, Wakili, allow me to indulge you a bit. Article 88 of our Constitution, and I'm going to read verbatim, Sub-Article 2 says, there is established an independent electoral commission and an electoral boundaries commission, that is Sub-Article 1. Then 2 says, a person is not eligible for appointment as a member of the commission if that person has at any time within the preceding 5 years held office or stood for election as a member of parliament or county assembly, as a member of a governing body of a political party, or holds any state office. So basically that the Article 88 is very clear. To be that if you hold a political office, I mean, if you hold a state office, any state office, you don't qualify.
You don't qualify.
And that's why we are saying that the register of political parties, it was actually bad manners for her to even present herself there because she knows she holds a political office and it is expressly stated.
No, she doesn't hold a political office.
No, a state office.
Yes. A state office.
Yes, a state office.
So the question the judge will be defining is she a state officer? That according to her defense, you know, as lawyers,
yes,
you take your defense. She will be putting a serious defense
as to whether the registrar of the political parties is a state office. Okay,
is a political party's office an office within the state? That will be the question to be determined. But I don't want to assist the judge or to give her advice because she has not hired me to defend her.
But Sub-Article 3 says, a member of the commission shall not hold another public office. So it's still a public office.
There we go.
It is a matter before the judge. Let us not make this decision. But as I said, everybody has a right to contest, to ask for, but the law decides.
At the end of the day.
Are you fit or not? And the judges are going to decide on that.
Wakili Danstan Omari, thank you for being here, being gracious of you to shed light on a lot of these issues with us this morning, as we normally do. And we just want to about keeping these things front and center. Fanya, Mambo, Kinuthia, you've been a great sport. Thank you for being here as guest host this morning.
I tried being on this other side. It's really hot. It's easier to be on Danstan Omari's side. I love that side better, but I'm happy. Lucky, it's an honor. Thank you so much to SpiceFM.
Thank you for being here.
To the two of you, I'll be seeking your votes for Nairobi senatorial seat, and for all Nairobians, watch space. Your senator in 2027.
Watu wa Dagoretti South wanajua wanachagua.
Dagoretti South, my brother is here contesting. I will be relying on him when I will be coming to Dagoretti South. He'll take me to the ground.
There we go.
Nairobi, we need serious representation.
The time will come.
The type we have now.
Asante sana. Good morning and thank you for keeping it